Thank you, John. Can you hear me all right? As long as I stay here. Okay. Right, I'm Cath Pickett, Quarry Inspector for Wales, Midlands and Derbyshire at the moment. This is what I'm going to be talking about this morning. Pedestrian safety, a bit of a feel for some guidance that we've got and the sort of standards that we're expecting when we come to visit site. Some walk through unintended movement of plants, which is another one of our key inspection areas. A brief sort of introduction to some articulated dump truck guidance, a little bit of a reminder on respirable crystalline silica, and then questions at the end. Okay, so pedestrian safety in quarries. Why is it a concern to us? And by I mean us, I mean me and my colleagues, but also yourselves in the industry. HSC statistics for 2017-2018 show that there were, out of 144 work-related deaths reported across industries, 26 of those, which is 18%, was a result of being struck by a moving vehicle. So 26 people died because they were struck by a moving vehicle. Now, the quarry riddles that we've had coming in show that of the 4 most recently reported work-related deaths in quarrying, 50% of those was a result of being struck by a moving vehicle. So you can see, as an industry, it is of concern. So, what are the legal considerations? If we're not going to do it for any other reason, let's do it because we're required to by law. Every workplace must be safe for the people and vehicles using it. Workplace traffic routes must be suitable for the people and vehicles using them. And where vehicles and pedestrians share a traffic route, there must be enough separation between them. And that comes from the workplace health, safety and welfare regulations, which have been in since 1992, so they're hardly fresh. They're even older than the quarry regulations that we now think of as old. So what sort of, here's an example. This is from Sabelco at North Park Quarry. And this is a good example. It's not very clear, I think. Yeah. These here are sort of blue globes, which are solar powered, and as they cross, then they flash to warn the lorry drivers and loading shovel drivers that people are actually in the process of crossing. And you can see that we've got some hard fencing here and crossing points. I don't know if you can see that. Can you see that very well, please? A little bit better from where you're sitting. Yeah. Okay, so that's a good example. And then we've got the legal considerations. So, as a quarry operator then, you need to take the necessary measures to ensure it is reasonably practicable that the quarry and its plants are designed, constructed, equipped, commissioned, operated and maintained, so that's sort of cradle to grave, in such a way that persons at work can perform the work assigned to them without endangering their own health and safety or the health and safety of others. And I'm sure everybody in the room are very familiar with which regulation, the quarries regulation, that comes from. Come on then, give me the answer. Which reg's that? 6, thank you. The general duty under regulation 6. Well done, whoever that was at the back. Okay, what sort of, how can you fulfil that duty, if you like? Well, we need to think about who is a pedestrian. Any ideas? Who's a pedestrian in your quarry environment? I've got quite a list here. Got some suggestions?
Anybody on foot.
Anybody on foot, yeah? What sort of categories of people are we looking at?
Visitors, contractors, employees.
Yeah, visitors, contractors, employers, hauliers, because as much as we like to keep them in the cab, sometimes they have, justifiable reasons to get out or feel they do. Delivery drivers, people bringing spares, people bringing photocopier paper, that sort of thing. Official visitors, such as myself or other regulators or enforcement officers. Members of the public, customers, visitors to site, and if you've got public rights of way cross through your operational areas, then you've got even more wide variety, because you might be thinking about cyclists and horse riders as well, which will bring their own set of challenges in terms of managing. And who's the most important person to us? You and me. So we need to think about ourselves in this as well. Pedestrian safety is an aspect of quarry work which affects everybody. So it's not something you can say, well, it doesn't really affect us here, and it will affect you at some point during any working day, even if that's just from getting from your car to the weighbridge office. And each person will have different expectations because everyone brings their own safety temperature to their visit to the quarry, and their expectations will differ, and they will behave in different ways to vehicles and other hazards on site, and the extent at which they understand and perceive the dangers from them. Do not assume that all pedestrians will understand the additional risks posed by our large quarry mobile plant, such as reduced visibility, variable stopping distances, the noise that's associated with it, because they may just think it's just like interacting with normal road vehicles. So what is a pedestrian? What's their perception of risk? And I suppose the absolute sort of peak of the hierarchy, can some pedestrian activities be avoided? So what are the on-site hazards that we're looking at? Right, then what might these be? What are your on-site hazards in relation to pedestrians? Vehicles. So vehicle movements. Any more?
Falling objects.
Falling objects. Yeah. The conditions underfoot. You might not want to be encouraging people to walk through a big puddle. We've got stockpiles here, where you've got stockpiles that are waxing and waning, and they might affect the way that people can move around site. Where the fixed plant is. Now, very often, when I'm asking people to review their arrangements for sorting out pedestrian segregation, that is their biggest headache, and that is the most difficult thing that they've found. They're like, oh, we can't do it for this. And it's finding your best fit around that. Where machines are working, you would want to keep people away from the water's edge where you could on a site, wouldn't you? So there's all these aspects of hazards that come into it. Geotechnical hazards, you wouldn't necessarily want to route them right underneath the face. Crests of quarry faces where there might be weaknesses. And then you need to think about the public rights of way within the quarry boundary and then around the proximity. So then we'd look at you to assess those risks and then consider reasonably practical levels of protection. So what we're looking for really is the physical segregation of pedestrians and vehicles where possible. You mark out and sign the vehicle, pedestrian and the hazardous areas. You mark out and sign the crossing points for the drivers and pedestrians. Now, we're not talking about getting the people in with their white line and paint and drawing pedestrian crossings across your yards, because certainly my experience of that is they don't last very long in our industry. So we're talking about reducing the amount of exposure that people have on those crossing points and making it very clear about when they cross and putting in place awareness and measures to make sure that people know that they're crossing. We will then move down to effective communication, make perhaps radio communication, well understood hand signals, because one hand signal for one person means something different to another. I mean, when you approach a loading shovel, very often my stand one is that, which means, you know, park it up, put the bucket down, I want to talk to you, but that could mean something completely different to somebody else. You know, does thumbs up mean you all right to kick today, Jack, or does it mean I'm coming over into your working area? It's about making sure that the communications are effective. And then the last one on the list really is appropriate PPE, because this is very, very low down in the hierarchy. And then question who provides that and what sort of standards of wear are expected on site. Has everybody else got gleaming high-vis and the fitters are covered in oils, PPE is covered in oils and greases and they're less visible. So it's about having, making sure that that aspect is considered, however it is, as I say, lower down in the hierarchy. So what sort of actions are required? And this is a plan from a quarry on Anglesey. It's Hogan Brothers Windy Quarry, and this is the road, the main road in and out. And then the lorries come around, swing onto the weighbridge, and then go round again and load. So that it's sort of critically encumbered by the position of its weighbridge, as a lot of sites I find are. Now, what their plans are, and they're sort of having to do it sort of short, medium and long term, because of the nature of the work that's required, is one of the main problems is you've got 9 people here that have to go in there to go and get changed every morning and go and eat their bait. So they're moving that to there, which takes out a lot of this movement across the main route to the quarry. They're also moving the dumper parking down to this area, so that when they've actually got into work, got changed, they can go straight to their machines. So it's quite, well, the reason I put that up there is it doesn't need to be hugely expensive exercise involving, you know, a massive consultants. It's something that you could do, you can have a think about and have a go at designing yourself. So you've got to design a scheme for safe management and moving pedestrians on site. Where you have got some arrangements, review them and check whether improvements can be made. Obviously standards change, benchmarks change, and technologies, etc., like that blue lamp system, become more available. And organise the site in such a way that vehicles and pedestrians can move around safely, effectively, and are not free to roam. So if you go to site with a view that you've never been there before, then how sort of safe do you feel being guarded and manipulated around the site by the instructions, the hardware that's there on site? Or do you feel like, oh, where's the weighbridge then? Oh, is it over there? Or is it over there? Where do I need to go? It's about sort of taking a step back or starting from the gate and working your way in, really. So the actions that can be taken that can be very effective. Consider working with your local authority to reroute the public rights of way outside the quarry boundary. Make sure awareness is maintained. What's one of the ways we can maintain awareness? How can we maintain awareness about our pedestrian safety?
Height reduction.
Induction. Any other ways?
Signage.
Signage. Toolbox talks. Safety meetings. Inspect and maintain the arrangements that you've put in place. And then review your arrangements as you would with any other safety control, and be able to demonstrate you've undertaken this assessment process. Now, going back to this, it's a long time since I was a quarry manager, but going back to, it was 1999, there was a gentleman called John Crabb, who was a very famous quarry inspector, and may he rest in peace. And he came around to see me as a quarry manager in the Severn Valley and asked me to provide a traffic management plan, including that for pedestrians on my site. And it's not new, that's what I'm saying, is I was asked to do that a long time ago. And I think, as with everything, we've had to have some unfortunate and some fatal accidents for it to raise itself up onto our agendas. Okay, so we've talked about the legislative requirements, we've talked about the guidance that's available, and we'll just have a moment now to reflect, the physical effects when something goes wrong with pedestrian safety. So this is a true story, it's a real life example where something went badly wrong. So on a Saturday morning, a foreman and a quarry operative were processing materials in a small quarry. As far as we know, it's just those two that were working in the area. Following a mid-morning tea break together, in the canteen near the quarry entrance, they both set off to return to the working quarry. The quarry operative drove his front-end loader and the foreman walked along the haul road to his 360-degree tracked excavator. This is something they've done several times a day for over 6 years. It was a bright sunny winter day with the sun very low in the sky. As the quarry operative drove the front-end loader forwards along the quarry floor to the processing area towards the low sun, he didn't see the foreman and ran over him. The foreman never recovered consciousness and later died of his injuries. So let's have a moment to think about how that might feel for the various people involved. But the driver, how does he feel about that? The family, friends of the foreman, colleagues. They may not have been at work on Saturday morning, they arrived on Monday and he's not there. And the quarry manager of that site. That's not encompassing all the other people that would be involved in the ripple effect from such an awful awful accident. So we've got many reasons to address it. Make sure that in your assessment that you've got the ability to be a bit flexible and have some dynamic risk assessment in relation to weather conditions. Now, this slide here, shows the same haul road in changing weather conditions. You can see there's been a shower of rain and we've got low sun in the sky. So you can see the visibility in those two situations is markedly different, isn't it? You've also got weather conditions, like I said, changes to traffic routes, stockpiles waxing and waning. I've seen many stockpiles that have managed to come over a pedestrian access. And additional site activity. If you get, say, a mobile crusher screening equipment in, then you need to think about how they're going to get there, but also, they're going to have to carry out some kind of inspection of that plant, aren't they? So you're going to be putting other pedestrians in that you might not have otherwise thought about in your original assessment. So who do you involve? Right then, over to you again. Who would you involve in a assessment of pedestrian safety on your site?
Site members.
Site members? Got any specific examples of the sort of people you would involve?
They involve the staff.
Okay.
Transport.
Drivers, yeah. And we've got all types, we say. Safety committee members? Anybody else?
Visitors site.
Visitors, yeah, so you can get those involved. Anybody else?
Contractors.
Contractors, good. Weighbridge clerks, because they're usually the people that bear the brunt of any issues that the drivers have initially. They might have some really good information about how your system might not work at the moment, how they nearly run over George on Sunday morning because he ran across the yard. There's a wealth of information that could be gained there. Processing plant operatives, we've got an asphalt pan perhaps, we've got the load and shovel driver there to say, we've had difficulty in the past with the turning circle of the Arctics, or when a bitumen delivery comes. It's about choosing the right people, and then as you quite rightly said. So depending on the person's role, task experience and their reason for being on site, their view of what is safe will vary considerably. This makes it vitally important that the workforce, which includes everyone who works at the quarry, plus representatives from the other pedestrian groups mentioned above, are involved and engaged in the planning, design and implementation of measures to improve pedestrian safety. This gathering of views and differing perspectives may take a little time, but it will ensure the development of a more robust plan that works for everyone. Very often when I raise this on site, the quarry manager gets a plan straight out and goes, oh, we do this, we do that, we do that. And I say, stop. Take a bit of time. I know I want you to do it, and I know it's really, it needs sorting, but I would rather that it was done with the consideration of the users, then it's going to work better. Because otherwise, you just say, I'll put a pedestrian access in here, and then they know it fills up with water and becomes a puddle in the winter, or becomes really slippy when it's icy, and the people on site can put all that information to assist. And just as a matter of interest in this photograph here, and there's a site over in Staffordshire, I've seen it done, where they put temporary measures initially to see if there are any conflicts. So the one in Staffordshire, they put all their layout done. They've done it with gravel buns, because they planned for a roundabout in the entranceway, and they wanted to make sure that the Arctics could move smoothly around it when they came in. So, and then they have the facility to be able to sort of change and move it around then. So if you can, it's a good idea to put something temporary in to start with, to see what the problems could be, rather than spending a huge fortune on a load of concrete and metal and finding that it's really causes another problem and it gets in the way of turning circles, for example. Okay, so I pinched this triangle from one of the quarry managers down in South Wales in relation to dust, but I like it in terms of pedestrian segregation. So, least effective. Bear this in mind. Absolutely least effective. High visibility clothing is not a shield of steel. I think very often in the quarry industry it's been seen that you've got your hard hat on, you've got your coat on, your high-vis overalls with your stripes around your knees. I'm safe now. I can be seen. That is not the case. The people that have been killed were wearing high-vis clothing, and they still were not seen. So you can't assume that we've been seen. This is not acceptable on its own as a control measure, as far as we're concerned. So if you arrive on site and everyone's got gleamingly bright PPE, and that's your only control measure, then that is not going to be good enough. So segregation is the answer for foreseeable routes. Say, for example, from the plant to the office, canteen, workshop, control rooms, etc. But other pedestrian journeys need to be well planned. So where you've got routes that are regularly used, then you could put physical controls in. But pedestrian journeys, sort of inspections, that sort of thing, need to be planned, and you need to manage these procedures. We could have no-go areas in the working area, perhaps of a load and shovel. You need to think about training, signalling, and radio contact to ensure safe passage. If we go back to the way we deal with the conflict between large vehicles and light vehicles in the quarry, which is either we put them in a segregated roadway or we use communication to allow ourselves a safe space in time to get into the area, then we can think about that in the same way with pedestrians. So you use your radio communication, say I'm coming down to level 3, and then they stop, they allow you safe passage. When you've taken that passage, you tell them to clear it, and then work can continue. It's about having that safe bubble for the individual in space or in time. So where can we get further guidance? There's Quinjack guidance on this. A lot of this presentation has been drawn out of the information from the Quinjack guidance. I'll show you these next. So we've got on the Quinjack website, if any of you have you got hands on who's got the Quinjack app? We've got further guidance within the HSC website, which is workplace transport separating, site layouts, which deals with traffic management, separating pedestrian vehicles, signs, signals, road markings, and parking. Okay, moving on to an intended movement of plan. These events do occur in construction and the quarrying industry, and the outcomes range from near misses to fatalities. Strangely enough, the human body provides little resistance to contact from the power and weight of these earth-moving machineries, because they range in weight from a few tonnes to hundreds of tonnes. The general causal factors have been shown to be operator competence, driver error, lack of supervision, poor planning, person in the machine's working area, and the non-isolation of machinery controls. And you can see that the person in the machine's working area overlaps with pedestrian safety that we've just been talking about. Okay. So, the Health and Safety Laboratory based in Buxton did a report in 2014 which identified unintended movements do occur in real-world scenarios. This is research involved interviewing mobile plant operators. So it wasn't dealing with accident statistics and investigation, it was asking the question of machine operators. And they said, oh yes, these do occur. And the more of an issue for the plant operators, it was more of an issue for them than the employees and manufacturers thought, because they hadn't picked up on these near hit or these near miss events. And this research seems to have done so. And it suggested that operator training and implementation of the physical and procedural controls would need to be improved, whereas the research was aimed at future design improvements with the machines rather than operator training. In August last year, the Strategic Forum for Construction published the guidance there, reducing unintended movement of plant and managing exposure to consequential risks. It covers all plant, not just excavators, but excavators are a higher risk category, especially when they're being used as a crane. A very important aspect is to ensure that machines are braked isolated when persons are in the danger area, and that there's a correct use of the safety control lever on the excavators. You know, the sort of dead man switch that comes down to stop the man being dead, really. So what can be the causes of unintended movement? It was identified things like bags in the cab, sort of knocking against the controls, cab debris interfering with the controls, bits of sweet wrapper stuck down between the levers, that sort of thing. Loose fitting clothing catching the controls, then opening the cab door to speak to pedestrians, and then slewing movement activating. So the guiding principle in all of this is that if persons are in close proximity to the machinery or danger area, it should be appropriately isolated. so that the inadvertent movement or control could not create danger. So what we're talking about is if you're going to go into the working area potentially of an excavator, then you make sure that that slew movement could be stopped. So this is what the guidance looks like. You can download it from the Construction Plant Association website free. And well, you can see that, I'll step out of the way. But what can you see in terms of what's on the cover there? What's the problem with it? His sleeve's catching on the lever, isn't it? Thank you. So what we're saying is there's been a long history since 2004 of guidance in construction, and we've now got more updated guidance. So if you go on to that link on that website, which will be on your slides, that will take you to the earlier guidance. But then go to the CPA website for the new one. So I'm just going to sort of zip through the particular hazards associated with lifting with excavators. So the use of an excavator or backhoe for lifting creates additional hazards for people in the vicinity. See, under normal circumstances, people are kept away from the working area around the booking of an excavator, because this is considered to be a hazardous area. When the excavator is used for object handling, the slinger has to be in the danger area in order to hook the load onto the hooking device. It puts the slinger at risk of being struck by the load, the buckets or the excavator arm if the excavator moves without warning. One common incident is where the excavator slews rapidly, for example when the operator catches the cuff of his coat on the left-hand joystick and the ground worker is struck by the bucket or dipper arm or crushed between the dipper arm and a fixed object. And when we're talking about severe injuries in these cases. So excavator operators and slingers should be made aware of these dangers, and effective communications must always be maintained between slinger and operator. The excavator operator should always make use of the safety lever or the safety armrest whenever the slinger is in the danger area. So what we're talking about here, and we spoke about it within the pedestrian segregation aspect, is established and reciprocated communication. If your procedure is that you wave at the excavator driver and then we're not really sure what that means, then if it means that he's got to wave back at you for that communication to be correct, then that needs to be really pretty much covered in your quarry vehicle rules about how you're going to be signalling into each other. If you're not using radio contact, then you need to be clear about what hand signals, etc. you're using. So we need established and reciprocated communication prior to entering while in the danger area. So just a question for yourselves, I don't want to hands up, but how many times have we as individuals made assumptions that the driver has seen us when we've approached the machine? If you go back into the long dark history of our careers, some of us. And how many assumptions have you made that you and the driver will understand each other from your hand signals? An example that I can think of in relation to this is very early in my career I investigated a fatal accident to a fitter who was assessing a fault on a handbrake on an articulated dump truck, and the communication between him and the driver was hand signals. The driver was sat in the cab and the driver thought that his hand signal meant lower the body, and he lowered the body onto him and crushed him to death. So it's about making sure that the communication that you have, if you're not using other forms with hand signals, is understood. So it's not just about excavators either. So other common quarry equipment. So this is a question for you. What sort of activities do you have in your quarries where you work in close proximity to earth moving machinery or ancillary equipment? Nobody. Nobody at all. Do you want me to turn my back and then you can... So I'll tell you the ones I've seen then.
Changing wheels on dumpers and that.
Changing wheels on dumpers, yeah. So yeah, maintenance activities on...
Yeah, and buckets on.
Mobile plant.
Excavators is another big thing.
Yeah.
Bucket change on.
Mobile crushers and screening.
Mobile crushers and screens. Any sort of activities that go on a day-to-day basis within the quarry where you would be working sort of very close by, relying on a lot of this close proximity working, other than the ones mentioned?
Loading trucks.
Pardon?
Loading trucks.
Loading trucks. I've got a few that I've come across. Do you want to hear it? Sampling, yeah. We've got stemming up. Sometimes people use load and shovel buckets, telehandler buckets, JCBs to deliver the stemming right to the top of the hole, so they haven't got to do so much shoveling. If the load and shovel bucket was, your visibility is a bit restricted there as well. Putting bags on the forks, if you've got a bagging plant, putting the bags on the forks for telehandler. Pulling block in some dimension stone quarries, you might have quite close proximity there. And the other one is potentially where you're doing reaming activities, things like that on drill rigs, you'll be quite close to the mast there to make sure that you can have that unintended movement. So, question for you really is, how could these issues apply to you as a quarry operator, contractor, mobile plant operator, slinger or pedestrian? So, in relation to plant training, weaknesses have been identified on this issue, because when you do your excavator training as a driver, then they don't think for 1 minute you're going to be expected to use your excavator as a crane, and then think about the risks associated with that. Don't assume that it's been covered in the operator plant training. It may not have been, and if it has been, it would be unlikely at this stage whether it had been documented in the plant operator assessment process. Experienced construction-based plant operatives are more likely to use the safety control lever on excavators, we understand, because they're more used to working with people in that danger area, as opposed to somebody working in a face in a quarry. If it is foreseeable that the people will be in a danger area, you need to make pedestrians aware of the issues and make sure the plant operatives are aware, plant operators are aware of the risks, and then use that safety control lever. And what we're saying is that this could be an element in a risk assessment for the job, and also a subject to a toolbox talk, perhaps. That's raising that awareness again. Okay, a brief whistle through. What I like the time, John?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Okay, right. A very brief whistle through the Contractor articulated dump truck guidance. This is hot off the presses, and you'll all be familiar with the articulated dump trucks. They're known as the Swiss Army knife of the quarry industry. They are able to work on mixed ground conditions all year round. They're easy to establish a site within the beginning. You can have temporary haul roads used, and they tend to be able to be used in poor weather on a variety of different materials. So, Quickjack has recently published new guidance. It's challenging the myth that articulated dump trucks are designed to overturn. And what it's saying is the truth is, if an ADT has overturned, something has gone wrong. 3 ways of overturning. Skip body overturn. It has got the potential for serious or fatal outcome if somebody's nearby when the body tips onto them. Cabs overturn. These are less common. It usually happens when the rear articulated half of the vehicle lifts its wheels and then the front wheels and the cab come off the ground. It's common for drivers to receive serious injuries from this, and you get significant damage to the vehicle. And then the whole vehicle overturn usually results in serious injury to the driver and then significant damage to the vehicle. And these tend to occur at speed or involve falls from height, so the tragic outcome is more likely with the whole body overturn. So the key factors, so the whole body overturn: soft or sticky ground, tipping too close to an edge, tipping on excessive gradients or across a slope. This is all in the Quinjack guidance, so if you get this up, rather than having to sort of scribble it down, there's a big list in there. There's 14 elements. Moving, reversing up a slope, carrying unstable loads, carrying sticky or cohesive loads, speeding or sharp braking, especially on corners and bends, poor whole road conditions, poor maintenance of haul roads, mechanical failure of sort of the diff lock or the lifting arms, poor visibility or weather conditions, use of tailgates with sticky materials, vehicle runaways, and travelling on an excessive camber or gradient. So a lot of those are things within the quarry environment that we actually can make a difference to, I would suggest. And it's relatively easy to identify after an incident what's happened. The challenge for you, and I suppose the challenge for me and my colleagues as well, is to identify them as risk factors before an incident takes place. But running through those, then by your design of your haul roads, your edge protection and maintenance of haul roads, you can eliminate quite a lot of those. And then thinking about the properties of material like you're carrying will eliminate them as well. So there's the guidance. The guidance can be found at the Quinjack link, or get on the Quinjack app. If you do nothing else from my talk today, then get on the Quinjack app and have a look at the guidance that's provided, please. So we're thinking about safe drivers, safe environment, safe machine. And the failure to take account of those aspects leads the operators of articulated dump trucks exposing themselves to unnecessary preventative risk. And if any of you was unlucky enough to suffer an overturn, then in the guidance there are some safe steps that you should consider when dealing with it. Right, whistling through fibrous crystalline silica. Industry still not where it should be in our opinion. Principles of good practice not being applied. We, as an organisation, put a lot of effort into writing the Quarry series of Kosh Essentials, the Stonemason series and the Slate series. Put a lot of effort in, and this is talking about the reasonably practical controls that you can put in place. And we would use that as evidence to say that you're not doing what you should be doing when writing out improvement notices, etc., when you've got, RCS in the dust. So, just make you aware that we've got those, we put that effort in, so it's over to you to use that. It's freely available from the HSC website. Okay, and just some horror shots. Would you be prepared to eat your lunch in there? You see the contamination of the dust. I mean, never mind the rubbish, but the dust contamination is significant, isn't it? What do you think?
Yeah.
Now, I would say that's an improvement notice, just falling into my lap, that is. And the reasons that I think there's something wrong with that is we've got a lot of contamination on the floor, the seats all ripped, there's non-porous seat cover, you can see that there's contamination within the cab itself, not just on the floor. The other questions you'd ask is the aircon working? As you're having to open the windows because it's a lovely hot summer like we had last summer. Are the seals on the cab working? You cannot say that he's in a protective bubble of control as he should be. Okay? Screen rooms, some screen rooms. Is this good? Do we have a maintenance regime? Do we have a cleaning regime? Say, oh, that's the top of the screen house, Kath. No one ever goes there. No one needs to go there. I would say that people inspecting the plant, they need to go there. Electricians, fitters, they need to go there. How do we control their exposure? And turning the plant off 30 minutes beforehand doesn't cut it, I'm afraid, in terms of the only control measure. Okay, we've thought about it. So we've got a conveyor here with a transfer box, but unfortunately the encapsulation has formed some kind of Halloween pumpkin type smile. It's not been maintained. So failure to maintain controls. This one here, these aren't my slides, but I'm assuming, I think that's foam there in the top aperture of the cone crusher, and it doesn't look to be a huge amount of dust in the environment, so I'm assuming that that's a good. And then here's one just to show a misting system. Just a word of caution on the misting system, then there's tunes that you can play in terms of droplet size. You want monitoring to show that it hasn't just encapsulated the dust in an aerosol that could still be you can still be exposed to. There are different droplet sizes that you can use to make sure that it's dampened down rather than just kept in the air, but in a liquid bubble instead. Still get down into your lungs, still causes damage. And then that's a good one, where a dump driver gets in and out there. He doesn't tramp a load of muck into his cab. It just gives off a good sense of care about the whole business.
It's been interesting times. It's getting even more interesting as we go forward. I'm going to refer to that early period of my health and safety career as traditional safety, if you don't mind. And I want to reference safety differently. For me, safety differently is a change in direction. Some of the elements that we used previously in traditional safety, we still use in safety differently. However, it's more engaging, more open, and certainly there's a lot more of honesty and trust. It's definitely an enjoyable place to be. I'm reinvigorated at my age. I'm just very sorry that this didn't come along somewhat sooner. I'm not here to sell you anything. I'm not here to demand anything of you. I'm simply here to share some of our experiences, to try and give you some of the reasons why we've made changes, and maybe think that they're applicable to you. I'm not saying my way is right or your way is wrong. I maybe want to challenge some of the concepts and principles that we have round about delivering safety. And hopefully I'll be able to share some of my personal experiences with you throughout the presentation. So when you think about safety in your organisation as a brand, what is it that appeals to you? Let's say in a technology sense, or a clothing, or even an airline sense. John Lewis, a very reputable brand, a reliable business, certainly, by all accounts a very, very good employer, very focused on its customers and its people. You'll recognise that one, that's Apple. Absolute quality, up-to-date technology, cutting edge, unless you just had your screen fixed. What about Samsung? Even better quality, even better technology, depending on which side of the fence you sit on. Ted Baker, as you'll see, very, very high quality clothing company, very, very good fabrics used. They're known as not just another clothing brand. Emirates, 5-star quality even in economy class. Some of the best trained airline staff in the world. What about Greggs? 4 sausage rolls for £1? Can't beat it. Great quality. Whatever the brand's about, it's down to us as to how we interact with that. What is it about these brands and organisations that we respect, that appeal to us? What is it that they do? How do we feel when we interact with them? Do we go and tell other people about them because we love them so much? Do we boast that we use them? What about safety as a brand? What is it that you think of when you imagine safety as a brand? More importantly, what do your workforce think about when they hear safety as a brand? Do they hear the same messages that you're trying to give out? Or has their experience of safety to date in some way dampened their experience? When you Google safety images, this is what you get. A lot of yellow, a lot of red, a lot of orange there, a lot of PPE. It's fantastic. This little Zen person down there, very laid back. Is this how we foresee safety? Is this how we portray safety? For many companies, like mine, safety branding and logos also includes some reference to zero. Mission Zero, that was our logo. Zero harm, the journey to zero, etc. The list goes on. My own personal aim and ambition is to get everyone home safe, healthy, and in a good mental state every working day. In fact, whilst I'd love to be able, for me and my colleagues, to eliminate accidents and incidents, I'm afraid to say I don't believe that's possible. I'll give you a reason. I'm fortunate to have 3 lovely kids. They're all about this height now. But when they were very young, my wife and I took great effort in trying to keep them safe. Don't climb that tree. Slow down on your bike. Come off the road. We used to have a season ticket to A&E. Cut heads, broken arms. Oh, the list is endless. If I can't keep those who are nearest and dearest to me safe, then how can I keep people on a construction site safe? I don't believe it's possible. It's certainly got to be a name, but I question whether it's possible. We can and should, however, focus much more effort on the events which cause pain and suffering, and doing everything we can to eliminate these. I think our messages around safety need to become more realistic for people, have a little more substance, something the whole workforce can believe in and trust in, a message that gets them involved. How is it that you describe safety in your organisation? When you think of safety, what words or adjectives would you use? Recognise any of these? Are these some of the words that we use to describe safety outcomes? Are these words that we use for some of the things that we believe might cause these outcomes? And are these some of the words that we would use to deploy, manage or control these outcomes? When we talk about safety, what is it we're actually talking about? What is it we're comparing when we look at different parts of the business, different sections of our organisations, when we compare one site with another? Could it be that we've now replaced a very, very difficult question to answer, that of what is safety really like round here, with one that's much more simpler to answer? One that's much more simpler to answer. That question might be, how many accidents do we have? Is that a good or accurate comparison to make of safety? If all this is true, then we've made a whole bunch of dangerous assumptions around safety, because somewhere, somehow, safety's become all about the stuff that we don't want to happen. In the traditional safety world, we control and constrain people. We manage them closely. How they work, we apply more and more restrictions. And then we go and ask them to become engaged, empower them. Is it little wonder there's some missing link there? For me, none of this is really dealing with safety, and forgive my grammar here. This is more dealing with unsafety. So what mechanisms do we use, and do you use, to learn from safety? Do any of these look familiar to you? Unfortunately, adverse events and incidents, unexpected successes, light bulb moments, they're great learning points. Auditing, we could have a whole debate about auditing, couldn't we? Engagement survey results and culture survey results, all seen as ways to learn about safety. I'm sure many people will be familiar with this sort of graph in their businesses. It's one that stands out in most industries. Sorry, I've gone too far here. In the past, what we did on sites when we were in this sort of area, is we would flood sites with safety people. Any other safety people in the room, or am I alone? Oh, good, good. Yeah. So we used to flood sites with safety people, put in more rules and conditions. Yeah. Constrain people a little further, more process, all of these sort of things we would add, until we start to see the accidents and incidents reduce. In most cases, this has worked. In the early years, these were good things to do, and we saw some significant change. But then you get to the point where accidents and incidents become few and far between, because you've managed the risk. you've controlled and contained to such a low point that they no longer happen, or very rarely. This is okay, in fact it's good, but your opportunity to learn is diminishing with that. But unfortunately, still down here, people are being hurt and sometimes killed. So you continue to look at accidents as your main source of learning. Something will eventually need to change in order that you can stay innovative and current. Or you keep learning as an organisation. But what can you change in the world that measures safety performance on the number of accidents you're either having or managing not to have? You can continue to invest all the time and effort down here, but with no real return. Sorry. This line remains constant along the bottom, not quite getting down to the bottom. It is actually possible in this space to suffer severe or even fatal accidents on sites that will may be operating effectively and getting lots of safety awards. And we can convince ourselves that things are going well, and we look at traditional safety measure of performance. In such cases, what you'll find is that when you have a serious incident, they come as a surprise. No amount of statistics that you can look at in this traditional space will help you to predict that an accident is going to happen, because the focus is entirely on deficits. Managing deficits adds little or no value to your business. It's difficult for some large organisations to accept this, but it also alienates your workforce. Yes, those people doing work for you, the ones you control and constrain, in a belief that you can achieve a place where you will eliminate everything that can go wrong. We measure the things that we don't want to have. We have a deficit-led view of safety. This might be a good place to be if you're killing lots of people, but thankfully, it's not where most organisations are. And if the main tool for fixing safety waits for accidents and incidents to happen, then we're locked into an entirely reactive state of mind. I often ask people that I meet in the safety profession, why is it that you want to work in the safety profession? The answers I get are, I don't want people to get hurt at work. I don't want people to get killed. So I challenge them a little bit further. If that's the things you don't want to happen, what do you want? People struggle to answer this because the focus is mainly about what we've driven them to believe. Safety is negativity. Safety has become something that relates to bad outcomes. To be safe means that we don't have things going wrong. So it makes sense that if we focus on what's gone wrong, or what may go wrong, we will try to eliminate every possible error from our operations. This has been the focus of traditional safety. This approach in the main has worked. As you can see, the graph is a downward graph, which is good. Many organisations have seen incident records drop, and many businesses are nowhere near where they used to be in relation to fatalities and injuries, say 30 years ago. It's come about through many different changes. Safety has become an increasing priority for many, if not for most, if not many businesses. There's been a tremendous amount of effort put into identifying the hazards that exist and implementing suitable controls. Most companies now have safety professionals in abundance with extensive knowledge of the standards and regulations that make the working environment safe and legally compliant. However, this approach comes with a range of problems and side effects. It's becoming slow, it's reactive, it's seen with a lot of negativity. I have no doubt that had we not gone through the traditional safety space, we as a business, we as an industry, couldn't have moved towards the safety differently. It would not have been possible. It's on something that was generated nearly 90 years ago. The belief that if you stop small incidents, we'll arrive at safety. Eliminate the major injury. However, when you look at some extensive research that's been conducted, this shows that the inverse relationship is in fact true. Where you find less fatalities, you find more incidents. So I suppose statistically we can say if your organisation has more accidents, then you're less likely to have fatalities. Stats, and damned stats. The things that hurt people are not the same as the things that kill people. There is generally no predictive link between the two. So let's look at traditional safety beliefs and our safety differently views. There's a widely held belief that safety management systems in themselves will, if followed, and I mean if followed, deliver ultimate safety. Over time, we've been led to believe that the systems we've layered and built up, and I've been responsible for a lot of that layering and building up, I must admit to, and we've done it with the best intentions, are the perfect recipe for safety. When we went to investigate accidents previously, if we didn't come away with 2 new more processes and 5 new more forms, we weren't really doing our jobs in the safety function. We constantly built up constraint after constraint, more rules, more regulation, more self-imposed problems. However, the system in itself is not safe. There are a huge number of factors and variables that come into play that prevent it being so. Typically, our current systems don't work effectively enough. They're very bureaucratic, they're cumbersome, they cost a lot of money to operate, and all for diminishing returns, as we saw in the graph. There was a Deloitte report done some while ago that looked into the makeup of safety management systems, and I know their findings were reflected in my own business. I have some figures here. When we went to look at our management system and review it to look at safety differently, we found that around and about 37% of the management system was there to meet legal requirements, to have us remain compliant. About 28 to 32% of that was stuff that we'd added on so that we were better than the rest, so that we were above compliance. And these are good things to have. The other 31 to 35% was this stacking up, this layering, this added bureaucracy that we'd added. And why? All this bureaucracy, have we forgotten who the customers of our systems are? It's those doing the works or those affected by our works. The system itself has become a source of mitigation should something go wrong. Now, I'm not here to say that we shouldn't have a management system, but when did you last hold a mirror up and ask the genuine benefit that your system's giving you? If you work in a way that avoids being taken to court, if you operate in such a way that avoids unfortunate interactions with the regulators, what purpose does your system have? Is it a management system of liability, or is it a management system of safety? I would suggest in traditional terms, it's probably been more along the lines of liability. Instead of assuming that the system itself is safe, I'd like to invite you to understand that it's not. Indeed, it should be designed to create a framework from which you have a degree of latitude within which to work, to create better safety in an organisation. I hope for a future where safety is no longer about numbers of incidents we have. We've had for so many years a belief that accidents or unwanted outcomes happen due to the deviation from the plan, from deficits, from people who refuse to follow the rules. Who decides what's unsafe? What I determine to be unsafe will be very different to what you think is unsafe. It will be very, very different from one of your operators of one of your large bits of plant on one of the quarries. Who gets to decide what safety is and what is safe and what's unsafe at the end of the day? We all have different experiences. The belief that accidents happen due to deviation from plan is a type of phrase that we want to get away from in Safely Differently world. Instead, we want to see accidents as a drift into failure because the resources weren't adequate to meet the demands of the task. And more importantly, we want to have things in place that identify and address that drift before it becomes problematic. For a good few years now, we've wasted a lot of resource and effort through a belief that variability is a threat. There's one way to do things and only one way to do things. And we don't want those operators to make things up as they go along. We just want them to follow the rules. However, reality is that variability is inevitable because of the changing environments that we all work in, whether it's in your industry or my industry. If we were going to plot all the work activities that happen on the site, it would look something like this bell curve. On the left-hand side, we have those things that become unwanted outcomes. On the right, positive surprises, things that really, really go well, that we didn't expect. And in the middle here is the bulk of everything that happens most of the time. No result, none of the either extremes. Work is still successful, work gets done, the projects get built, the quarrying goes on. What does work feel like on this side of the curve, do you think? Could it be difficult, frustrating, not a very good experience working at that end of the curve? It doesn't necessarily feel any easier at this end, but the various strategies that we use and put in place to complete the work make it much more successful. We often wrongly assume that in this part of the curve, things are done by the book. We don't care about the variance that exists. In fact, unless something goes wrong, we probably give our workforce the impression that providing nothing happens to you, then variance is okay. This new concept of change is going to take a while to infiltrate into the industry. I've been going for maybe 3 years, and it was a difficult start. Many organisations, including my own, are steeped in tradition. We are habitually not resilient to surprise incidents happening. Unfortunately, between 2011 and 2013, my business suffered 3 fatalities. People that worked for us died when they were at work. A totally unacceptable occurrence. The strange thing is that these 3 fatalities happened on sites that I would readily take anyone to show them how good we were at safety. Their statistics were fantastic. They were recognised throughout the industry as good projects, yet they all suffered fatalities. In taking up safety differently, we'll need to retrain ourselves, reprogram the chips, transition into a different purpose for doing things, into looking at possibilities. A great but very simple definition of safety is one that was given by Eric Holnagel, a very well-respected expert in safety science. He said that safety is an ability to become resilient to the variance that exists in our operations. So we know that variable element exists. The win is to be resilient to respond to those changes. In a traditional space, we've come to believe that people are a liability. Marketing departments will tell us that people are our #1 asset. In fact, the best leaders will use this as a mantra. However, maybe some of our safety or HR functions would also have us believe that people are really a pain in the backside. They're a bit difficult to deal with. In fact, if we could only control these people that we put to work, control their behaviours, we wouldn't have the same amount of accidents. Get them simply to follow the rules. However, we now understand that only these people can adapt to things. They can accommodate change. They can absorb and respond to the emerging challenges and changes that exist in industries like ours. How can we discover what those emerging changes are and the variances that people adapt to, accommodate and respond to, if our main source of learning is an accident investigation? Instead, there now becomes an opportunity to learn from work that sits in either side of the curve. When work is difficult, or when work is going well. It's time to shift the lens we're looking through. I'm not saying that we don't need to learn from incidents and accidents that happen, but it's time to move the lens to look at about 99% of the work activities that we do that turn out successfully. Not by controlling and contorting people into following the rules, but setting our own people up for success. Procedural compliance is mandatory. If it isn't, what happens? Well, we all know the consequences. If procedures aren't followed, then what do we do? What do we do with the people that don't follow procedures? Sack them, deny them. We've been there, unfortunately. We need to have a just culture that seeks to understand what people need to do when we contort them back to an assumption that the system itself is safe and that they're to blame for the failure. Successes are created every day of the week, every hour of the day, by the people we put to work. despite all the pressures, all the demands, and all the challenges that exist in our working environments. Accidents don't happen because we employ idiots. Accidents happen when there's a mismatch between the resources that we give people to work with and the tasks that we ask them to undertake. There is always going to be a difference between work as planned and work as done. Some gap always exists. In construction, I know that that gap's closed 1,000 times a day by the people who do work for us, successfully. But we show little or no interest previously when the job was successful. We only really wanted to get involved when there was an accident investigation on the go. There's a traditional view of failure. I want to understand what those gaps are and how I can close them. I don't think nowadays that we should be asking, how can we change people to do what we say? I think the question that we should be asking is, how can we now support the people that we put to work to adapt more successfully? The left-hand side of the column there, I feel is pretty depressing. But I've worked in safety for over 20 years, and with some very clever and influential people in the industry who have so much experience, and we all feel the same way. The left-hand side is how we want to set things up, how we want to manage safety in all of our organisations. A change is now needed for us. If we go on doing the same traditional safety, then the rate of progress isn't going to be fast enough. This alternative view, I can tell you, is much more exciting. It's more palatable. It's good for our people. So in safety differently, we have three main principles. They're very straightforward. The first one is people are the solution, they're not the problem. We know that people create success far, far more often than they're involved in failure. This principle recognises the difference between work done and work as planned. The principle allows for mature conversations, two-way conversations, round and about real risk at the workplace. And it recognises that people are a source of innovation and insight. Since I started on safety differently, I can't tell you the number of unbelievable conversations I've had with guys at the sharp end of our business. The knowledge they have it's bottomless, you know? There's years and years of experience. We've been at fault in not tapping into that, not facilitating that. The second principle is that safety is the presence of positives and not the absence of negatives. The absence of accidents does not indicate a presence of safety. Safety needs to be about the capacity to adapt, to tolerate change, to be resilient. And evidence now shows that serious incidents are preceded by very long periods of accident-free operation. Probably extreme, but I'll use an example that most of you will hopefully know about. Does the name Deepwater Horizon mean anything to you? Yeah? This explains the argument very well. The 20th of April 2010, this enormous drilling rig exploded on fire. 11 people died. About 10 or 11 hours before this explosion, do you know what was going on in the rig? The great and the good of the companies involved in that production platform were there handing out safety awards for extended periods without an accident. Yep. The great and the good of all of these companies were on there celebrating success. And I've not got a problem with that. The problem I've got when I read all of the notes about Deepwater Horizon is that those exact same people were the people that had the solution to the problem. This wellhead that people knew was problematic had never quite been addressed. It was danced around, you know. Their focus was not on the right things. Their focus was on the lesser side of safety. A horrendous event, and maybe an extreme example, but that's what I mean, you know. They'd had these long period of eventless days, no accidents, and then bang. The third principle is that safety is an ethical responsibility, not a bureaucratic activity. That maybe sounds very straightforward. It's important that systems manage safety and not liability. This is my liability. I've been managing the protection of my liability for years now. Lean management systems enable effective risk management. The system should be designed to promote relationships, conversations. It shouldn't be a transactional thing. Fill the form and complete the process. It should be about how we converse with one another. Committing to these principles changes the whole dynamic of an organisation. The approach becomes empowering. How do we know that the things that we find during accident investigations aren't happening all the time? If we're not looking at normal work as we normally do it, then how do we know these things aren't going on? Why do we wait for things to go wrong in the first place? Why don't we look for things that go right? Things are going right all the time out there. We don't need to wait for something to come along. They're happening day in, day out. And you know what? When we engage with people and talk to them about things that are going right, they feel great. The problem you've then got is getting away from them because they want to talk and tell you what they're doing. But that's a real good thing. We've not done it enough in the past. So, how do we adopt these three principles? Well, there will be a journey to go through, undoubtedly. One of the things that you can do in seeing people as a solution is start to understand work from their perspective. It's not how I see work, it's not how I perceive things are going to be done. It needs to be how they're going to do things. Ask some different questions, and there's some up there. Excuse me, ladies, I'm going to use a semi-expletive. Find out what really pisses people off. Then you're starting to get to the crux of things. Yeah? Then you're starting to make progress. You can fix things. We've developed in our business a number of, let's call them tools. They've all got names, but let's just call them tools. One helps identify that drift that I talked about earlier. Both negative drift and positive drift. Yeah? Finding out good things, why we're doing things right, as well as drifting towards failure. Another one is comparing work planned against work completed. The interesting thing about this is that we had that process back in traditional safety, and it was used as a tool for supervisors to immediately, once work had started and people had been given the method statement, they go and check that things have been done as per the method statement. You know those method statements that you get? About 14 volumes long to put up a shelf? They're really helpful. We used to use them as a tool to check that things were being done properly. Now we've turned that on its head, and we use it as a learning tool to understand what we can improve, what we can do differently, how we can make things safer. And we have another tool that facilitates gaining knowledge. It's called a collective insight. It gathers people from a range across the business, apprentices, engineers, senior managers, so that we gain as much experience and knowledge about that activity before we go and do it. Enabling positive outcomes is reliant on you understanding the difference between work as intended and work as done, and supporting strategies that people use. Uncovering the difference not as a means of control or constraint, but to learn and innovate and support requires you to do one thing. You need to suspend your judgment and not come up with answers for people. Managers and safety people find that inherently difficult because I've been doing it for 20 years. Here's what to do. Here's how to fix that. We need to set that to one side. The skill set of the modern safety professional is changing. It's time to harness those skills and enable your learning journey to be as long as possible. The minute that we intervene and suggest a solution, the learning journey stops. I'm not suggesting that we let people walk off a leading edge or put their hand into some machinery. But if we see a variance and remedy it without understanding why it exists, then we're cutting short that learning experience. To create a sense of ethical responsibility instead of bureaucratic activity, we need to understand this structure that most of our businesses have. Most of the bureaucracy comes within the top two levels, let me tell you, as if you didn't know. If I were to ask the group where the highest proportion of solutions in my business is now coming from, where do you think it would be? The bottom. An inordinate amount. The top and middle sections are now there to facilitate that safety. Yep. To refine the ideas of guys who we didn't bother to ask, who weren't able to articulate properly what they wanted to do. This slide is there to show that there needs to be a turning on the head of the pyramid, an alignment of power and knowledge. Yeah? We need to get all of the parties talking together so that we're equally strong in each area. So on reflection, what would I ask you to take away? Why do we need to manage safety differently? What's frustrating about the current ways that we work? Some of the things that you might consider changing are, instead of being the hero and having to have all the solutions, let's try and be the hosts of safety. Let's facilitate safety for people. Let's turn answers into questions. I used to think that I was a really good listener. Yeah? When safety differently came along and I had to listen instead of speaking, it became very hard. Change from being reactive to being creative. Get ahead of the game. Understand normal work. Be curious. And move from constraints to facilitation. Stop burdening people. Allow people freedom to work within certain parameters, but allow them to work more freely. I could have had about 6 slides here, but these are some of the things I think are important to understand about safety differently. Old safety for me is now stale. It's done its job. It's a very lazy way of doing things. We need to be more energized about it. Safety differently is far less adversarial. It's great to go out and speak with the guys now. Go out and ask them certain questions. If I gave you £5,000, how would you spend that on safety? I've had some great ideas come out of that. I've had some pretty poor ones, but I've had some great ideas come out of that. If we continue what we're doing, if we continue going, looking in the rear view mirror, like we drive, yeah, we look in the rear view mirror, then we're not going to move forward. We're going to get the same results. In fact, we might even get worse results if we all keep looking backwards. Curious is a word we use a lot in our industry. We need to be more curious. We need to be nosy about what's going on. Yeah? We need to go out and ask guys, excuse me, can you explain to me what you're doing? Because I really don't understand. I know I've written you a method statement and a methodology, but I really don't understand how that's done in practice. Get that knowledge. Together with the knowledge that we all have in the business, we can provide better solutions. We can be inquisitive and learn without needing to apportion blame. This is just a very short introduction to safety differently. It raises a whole load of issues round and about just culture and all of these things. But we don't enter instant investigations with the view to blame somebody. That's taboo. All the answers don't come from the top of the structure. Unfortunately, maybe a lot of people in this room need to set aside their ego. We don't have all the answers. 22 years of safety, 19 years in the gas industry, and I'm learning more today than I've learned in probably that whole period of time, from guys down on the tools. It's amazing. And do you know what? In reality, it's not just safety differently. Our business is starting to realise that it's business differently. Our commercial function, our financial function, procurement. All of these things are now starting to engage people at the front end of the business in their processes. I don't know how to do it for time. I'd just like to thank everybody for the time you've afforded me here. It's maybe not for everybody's safety differently. It absolutely works for me. I'm actually a bit evangelical about it. I wish I was 25 years younger than I am today, because the future in safety differently is looking to be amazing. If I can help anyone in the room, then my information is there. You can go through some of the organisers. I'd love to help. Thank you for your time.
Vin Russell, I'm from Moncliffe Quarries. There's one word that I was expecting to hear in your presentation, and actually it was not there at all. I won't know whether it's design or not, is belief. It's a lot of, the traditional safety you're talking about, and it's driven people's beliefs, and they're looking for evidence to reinforce those beliefs. Yeah. If we don't actually provide good evidence to change those beliefs, you'll never get to your safety differently. Yeah. So I'm really surprised that you actually haven't addressed how you're going to change beliefs there.
This is simply a precursor. This is the presentation to cover everything in safety differently that you want to hear about. It looks as though you want to hear about. I'd probably be standing here for most of the day. I spent 18 months really struggling with believing this evidence that was in front of me because of my experiences, and other people will be exactly the same. I think what we intend to do in safety differently is get that belief in the system through having people engaged. It's not just about the managers and the senior people in the business taking this out to the people to do. It's about the people doing the work influencing how that's planned, prepared. If I can give you an example, we've now got on probably one of the exemplar projects in Manchester, we have subcontractors coming in 6 to 8 weeks before to start engaging and planning their operations on the site. And they're talking about, well, what's going to prevent me from getting in this access? You know? They're talking in detail about how are we going to do the job. And it's taken us a lot of time to persuade them to do that, because they want to be there just in time. They just want to haul up and expect to get access and all their materials on site, etc., etc. So that belief, and belief's a very good word to use, needs to be built. You know, we need to collectively build that belief. It's not for one party or another to deliver that.
Well,
That answers your
that's
question.
what I expected you to say, and I think it's the...
My name's Pat Bowles. Unfortunately, I'm one of the many on the front table that's been afflicted by the cold. I say thank you in advance for your sympathy, because I'm getting none at all at home. My position within MPQC is Industry Schemes Manager. We work for MP Awards. We're part of the Industry Schemes team. We look after the plant scheme, the blasting scheme, contract safety passport scheme, amongst a number of other things. So I've been asked to talk today on the review of the MPQC plant scheme and first line checks. Many of you will be aware of the plant scheme, and it is time for a thorough review. So, historically, the plant scheme was set up in the 80s. Some of you may remember it as the QPTC card, the EPIC card, MPQC card. This is the first belt and braces review. Previous to that, the scheme has just evolved. So we spent a lot of time over the last 12 months trying to put different checklists, different things into place, into practice. So this is the scheme as it stands now. These are the existing cards. The red card is assessed operator. So an operator may be new on an item of plant. You bring in an assessor. He's assessed. He passes the criteria. He's then got 2 years to attain his VQ in mobile plant. So once he's attained his VQ, he then goes on to be a competent operator. So the competent operator card lasts for 5 years. So he will then be reassessed every 5 years. Any plant category that he's assessed on, other than his initial assessment, will then go on to the blue card. Within the MPQC scheme, we only require one VQ for mobile plant. So all these plant items will go onto the blue card, and he'll be assessed every 5 years on those. The pink card is the concession card. Now this card is for fitters, low loader drivers, people who don't operate the plant operationally, but need to unload, load the plant, or put it into the fitting shop for repairs, or do brake tests. So they are only assessed on pre-start checks, moving forwards, backwards and stopping. So as a team, as I say, we've been out around the quarries, we've been and met the assessors, we've met the providers, and these are really our findings over the last 12 months regarding the existing scheme. So there is inconsistency within the assessments because the checklists allow inconsistency. So one assessor's interpretation may be slightly different to another assessor's interpretation. That brings differing standards of assessment. I'd like to say on the whole we have a good standard of assessor, but because of the vagueness of some of the check sheets, then that allows differing standards. Assessor knowledge and experience. A number of the in-company assessors have access to modern kit. As kit changes, they can go and have a look at it and they have access to it. Some of the commercial provider assessors don't have that luxury. So you know, we need to get these assessors out to see, to have a good look round, to operate modern kit. The plant scheme checklist, as I mentioned, was outdated. It's probably 15, 20 years old. It's just been added to. So we need to have a good look at it, make it fit for purpose, or more fit for purpose, should I say. Our assessors carry green cards, they're the assessor cards, and assessors like collecting plant categories. So a number of our assessors have a lot of cards and a lot of plant categories. What we need to do is to make sure, through CPD and auditing, that they are competent to assess on those categories. A number of categories, such as operating barges, dredges, not used very often. So on those sort of categories, then we would perhaps have to go down and assess to make sure that they are competent if they've got assessments coming up. Assessing QA, so we audit the assessors on a regular basis. Say quality assurance, we need to see them in the different working environments. It's, as I say, in the past, the majority of our audits have been on loading shovels, articulated dump trucks, because they're two of the most, 360 excavators, the most popular items of kit. But we also cover the road building and construction side, so we need to make sure that we're auditing across the patch. And as I mentioned, familiarisation on new plant items. So to say, have a good look into this, we set up an industry plant scheme working group, consultation group with training providers, employers and trade associations, so we get a feedback from you know, feedback across the board. We meet 4 sessions annually. We've reviewed and agreed on the new plant checklist format. Put the mobile plant in the correct title and categories. There was quite a bit of difference between the VQ titles and categories and the plant scheme title and categories, which led to confusion. So we've had a good chat and we've sorted that one out. Plant environment changes. We've recognised that if you drive a 360 on the face on an extraction site, it's a different set of skills to driving a 360 on a construction site. So we've developed different checklists for the environments. And we've had individual meetings with the training providers and the assessors. So why go down the line of MPQC? Why not CPCS or MPAWS? Well, I will say that anything is better than nothing. But construction and extraction are different environments. I have had a taste of this because when I was in between jobs and I'd done all my decorating and the hedges were trimmed and I'd cut the lawn, got a little bit fed up, I was approached by a friend who said, "You can drive a 360, can't you?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well," he said, "I've got a job on a building site if you're interested." I said, "Yeah, okay, but you'll need your CPCS card." So I contacted a provider and went and did my test on a, I think it was an 8-ton Caterpillar 360. And I tracked up a ramp and I tracked down a ramp and I loaded a forward tipping dumper and then I dug a trench. Well, in the extraction, my extraction experience, I'd never dug a trench before, but I dug a trench and I did a box cut and then I got my red card. So off I went onto site, onto the building site, and I was totally out of my comfort zone. So within probably a couple of days they'd sussed me out. I wasn't doing things fast enough. I wasn't totally competent in what I was doing, although I was learning, and I finished up laying curbs, which probably feel better. But if you put that the other way around, somebody coming from a construction environment, he can operate the machine, but he's operated it in a different environment. So all I'm saying is just beware, you know, because he has got a card, he can operate the machine, he's got a CPS or an MPAWS card, but just beware that he can operate it to how we operate. We, say at MPQC, we do on-site assessing, so you don't go to a test centre, so you don't simulate. So what's assessed is what's seen. And that is presently on the back of the card, which Deane will go into a little bit more detail. So I'll pass you over to Deane now, and he's going to talk about the future.
Morning all. My name's Deane Spiers. I've been with MPQC about 18 months. Worked closely with Pat as his assistant. But prior to that, I spent 20 odd years in the extractive industry, and I had a fortunate opportunity to go and work in New Zealand in construction on some big infrastructure as well as a Christchurch rebuild. So got a good background coming into this role. So it's a great opportunity to come and stand here and go through the future with MPQC. Over the last 12 months we've spent considerable time with our VQ partners in awards, as well as had a load of meetings. So it's been agreed now that near enough all mobile plant is a VQ path. So we've come up with that a VQ path has been set up, so the concessionary card will no longer exist after the end of this year, and it's being replaced by the authorised card. So the authorised is to only operate plant for whether it's maintenance, servicing, after a breakdown, things like that. The other thing that we discussed was around the only other thing that will stay on the authorised card is the 4x4. It was put out to the groups, and a lot of the quarries that were visited, that they were adamant that we need to keep the 4-wheel drive because it is a good part. So that's stopping. The new authorised card is 2 mandatory units, so it's just your pre-starts and your post-stop, and then there's the operational one in the middle. So what we found is we had concessionary cards come through where they'd filled in all the factors, and it was basically just for moving it from A to B. So we've stopped a lot of that confusion. So hopefully that's a step in the right direction, that we can control the authorised card. So as Pat mentioned, the new checklist, over the last 12 months we've developed and we've completed the new checklist. As Pat mentioned, we ended up with a checklist that covered a vast amount of extractives, construction, road building and processing. We decided then this was a perfect opportunity to split the checklists up. So now we've got a checklist for the extractives, we've got a checklist for the processing and manufacturing, as well as construction, road building. So that's been a challenge over the last 12 months to go out and make sure that we get it right. So trialling has commenced. We had put it on eye auditor. We was going to use but then the GDPR come in and caused us a few problems. So we've actually developed an app. I'll talk about a bit more about that in a bit. So the new checklist is specific to the plant, and it's specific to the environments we're working in. So far, all the checks that we're doing, it seems to be going okay. Only minor issues, but nothing major. So, as I said, the specific plant and the environment. So the Assessors Directive, complete a review of the directives. That's ongoing. We more or less totally rewrote the directives. Hopefully, before the start of next year, that we'll be able to sit down with a lot of the assessors and the training providers to go through some of the changes in the directives. One of the main things, as Pat mentioned, to improve the standard. of the assessment, because over the last 18 months I've been all over the country auditing the assessors within the scheme, and we've got some different levels, so it was a perfect opportunity to move things on. And again, as I said, the consistency of the assessments. Also, on the new checklist, we've put a assessor criteria, so that it's not. It was really interesting for a start. In the groups that we held, it was like we had a lot of feedback saying that, well, you're teaching us, you're telling us how to assess, but it's not like that at all. It is, we just needed to improve the standard of the assessment of going across the whole of, because we've got 52 assessors within the plant scheme, so it was all about improving the standard. And also, we listened to the industry, and as it says there, you know, confidence in the assessments, confidence in the guys that are going out to do the assessments within your organisation, you know, it's been done properly. One of the big things that's changing as of 2000, another big thing is, I think a lot of you know about the factors not assessed. It's been confusing to the industry for a good while now, so it's been made that it'll no longer exist. It's too confusing, and it's just been replaced by factors assessed 1 to 13. It's a lot more straightforward. Nexus, we've got as well this year. We've got a new Nexus system, so that's up and running. The trials are looking good. So new database within working really well for us as the auditors and stuff like that. We can go on and see where audits are being completed, whether it's in the plant scheme, whether it's contractor safety passport, or the driver skills. So we're keeping a good tabs on what's happening. As I say, the plant scheme and everything will be operational. We're just finishing off the directives and things like that, but it will be available for everyone to use. So the new app, we've more or less completed the new app for all the assessors. So trialling will commence shortly. It's going to be through the app. So we'll be getting rid of the paper chase, the amount of paperwork that the assessors have to carry. As long as you've got Wi-Fi and a signal, you'll be able to send the reports off to your organisation and straight to us. And it's going to turn around the quick response to get the cards out to organisations. So we're going to be trialling it over the whole of the UK up until Christmas to make sure it's working, and then it'll go live as of 2019. And also we put in the health and safety test on there as well. So we're finally turning the corner, getting into the 21st century, doing away with paperwork, and everything will all be on the app. And then, you know, early signs it's working. So the new health and safety test will be around legislation, health, environmental safety, decal systems and operations. It'll be like 50 questions, and it'll just randomly pull them from all them environments, and that's looking promising at the minute. So first line check, so I'll put you back over to Pat, because Pat knows.
As a second part of our presentation, I was asked to do a talk on first line checks, which I know is pre-start checks. So we thought, what's the best way to address this? So we've produced a number of, well, 3 in total, and it will be 4 toolbox talks on the plant items regarding pre-start checks. So, I mean, the items to consider are PPE, isolation, the park area, the walk round inspection, handling hazardous substances, COSH, startup and function tests, completing daily logs, and reporting defects. So the first page, as I say, you can't see that purposely, which means you'll have to go onto our website and have a proper look, is trainer notes. So we are giving the trainer some notes of what the candidate will need. He'll need to be appointed, he'll need to know the defect reporting system. A lot of companies' systems, they are similar, but they are different. In some cases, it may be a park-up defect, in some cases it may not, depending on weather conditions, etc. So the operator has to be fully conversant of the company's defect system, who to approach if there is a defect, what he's allowed to do, what he isn't allowed to do. So the toolbox talk, it's 3 sheets. It's giving the trainer direction into what to instruct the operator and why. It's a very similar format to our plant checklist. We developed one for the wheel loading shovel, the articulated dump truck and the 360 excavator, and there'll be one shortly for the rigid dump truck. I will ask you, please have a look. If you've got any comments, please feed them back to me. If you want to take it away and change it, by all means do. If you want it in Word version, I'm quite happy to send it out. But just please feedback, and maybe it's something that we can do and probably put back a little bit more into the industry. So as I mentioned, the toolbox talks will be available MPQC, MP Awards website, industry schemes, and under the plant operator competency scheme. So any questions? Right, so as I said, we will be hanging around, won't we, Deane, till at least after dinner. So if there's anything you'd like to collar us for, then please do so. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I must tell you, this week, MinExp is sponsored by Beecham's Flu Plus. Anybody here who thinks they haven't got the lurgy, you probably have an opportunity for a short plug. Who are MinExp Limited? Basically, we are simply a new consultancy. Those of you who know me will know that I've been, or was a quarries inspector, one of Cath's colleagues, for 24 years. Before that, I spent 15, 16 years operationally in the industry. Mike's been in the industry some 25 odd years, and the last 10 of those spent as the general manager of your professional body, the Institute of Quarrying. And what we're looking to do is to become effectively, over time, the go-to consultancy for the extractors industry. And we'll be offering all sorts of services. I mean, for example, just simple examples: friendly inspector, holiday cover, incident investigation, project management, training, including CPD and tailored training, mentoring, expert reports. I could go on and on, but you get a flavour of what we're offering. Now, why back to basics? Probably the best thing to do is to have a look at the Kunjak accident statistics and see what it's telling us, if it's telling us anything. Well, it is. And that's interesting, my N1's gone blue. It started off red on. Look at that, it's red on here. How'd that happen? Anybody know how the vagaries of Microsoft? Anyway.
What you sent through, Roy?
Well, me, that's my fault. Okay, well, look, what that's telling us is that last year, in the 17-18 year, there were, in fact, 3 fatalities in the quarrying industry. I understand, Cath, there's been one more this year, is that correct?
Within the work year,
Yeah, which I don't know about. So I'm just going to talk about the 3 that I do know about. But what it is telling us is that we basically, I think it was a big wake-up call for the industry, because nobody believed that that would happen. And in fact, it hasn't happened that many for something like, it was 1993 was the last time we had 3 fatalities in 1 year. Taken looking at that, it doesn't tell us an awful lot because we just see a flat bit of a couple of ups and downs. But if we look at the 5-year total, then you can see a steady decrease followed by ever such a slight starting to increase in statistics. Now at that point, I'm going to hand over to my colleague and fellow director, Mr. Phillips.
All right. Can anybody remember that? No? Right. As Roy just mentioned, that came out in 1993. It just so happened, right, that in 1993, that was the first year that I went into the quarrying industry from being from an asphalt man. And this landed on my manager's desk, and I looked at it and thought, this is a bit interesting. So I had a read and then thought, shit, do I really want to come into an industry where we kill 81 people, right? And the actual reasons why we do that, because we're killing people through mobile plants, conveyors, and falling from height. That's 25 bloody years, right? And even today we're still doing the same things. And why? Absolutely why? So I'd say nothing's changed. The numbers are lower, right? But still not good enough, right? As Roy's just mentioned, it's back in 1993, it was the last time we killed 3 people. Conveyors to mobile plant, which Roy will expand on ever so shortly. But how is this absolutely possible? Why are we still allowing this to happen? Because what I do know is what we do need to do is go back to basics. And on that, I am going to hand back to Roy.
Thank you. Let's have a look at the 3 accidents that I did talk about previously, just to give ourselves a background to what exactly the causes are. There were 3 recorded. One was in Scotland, where a quarry worker was crushed during assembly of a mobile crushing plant. And that's actually loosely a mobile plant incident. Then we had a sad incident at Tarmac at Mount Sorrel, which I'm sure you're all aware of, where a conveyor started up. That's obviously a conveyor incident. And then a quarry operative was run over by a wheeled loader. Very, very similar to the incident that Cath talked about that elicited the pedestrian safety guidance in Quenjack. So that happened in Lincolnshire. Very, very similar to what I saw, and a number of other accidents that have happened over the years as well. So these are all pretty basic stuff. So the question then is, how do we go back to basics? And what I would say is, have a look at your health and safety document, your Reg 7 document, and use L118 as a tool. You know L118, don't you? Everybody got a copy? Or several? Excellent. Because I tell you what, and I'm going to give a big plug for that manual, in my opinion, that is and still is one of the finest manuals ever written on how to run a quarry. Forget the safety aspects, how to run a quarry. It may not go into all the nuts and bolts on it, but if you do the things that it says in L118, I don't see how you can fail to have a successful quarry. So what we're going to do about that, we're going to go through, we're going to go through L118, check off all the items and make sure they're all there. Have you looked at paragraph 56 in L118? I won't ask anybody to say what that is, but paragraph 56 is the one that sets out what should be in the quarry health and safety document. And if you do everything in there in that order, you know that you'll have everything in there. I see an awful lot, and have done in my time, of quarry health and safety documents which are a mishmash of bits and bobs all over the place. At the very least, have something which you can reference in that order. It makes it so much easier for you to understand that you have got everything you need to have and that it's all up to date and it's been reviewed. Fairly obvious really what the basics are, aren't it? Machinery guarding, mobile plant, excavations and tips and competence. I'm going to have a little bit of a rant now, because you know every so often I like to have a Roy's rant. Anybody who's been here before has heard them before. It won't be quite such a loud rant that I usually manage, because my throat's not working properly. But one of the biggest, let's just have a look at machinery guarding. What's one of the biggest causes of damaged and ineffective guarding in quarry? Anybody got any ideas? Sorry?
Spillage.
Spillage. Right, spillage. Why on earth do we accept the levels of spillage in the industry that we actually do accept? So I'll ask this question. Are all your belt scrapers properly adjusted and in good condition? Of course, the first question should have been, have you all got belt scrapers? Because people have said to me, oh, they're expensive. No, they're not. They're actually dirt cheap compared to what they say. Even the most expensive one you can buy is dirt cheap compared to the savings that you get by using it and using it properly. What about chute linings? That's another good one, isn't it? Chute linings. I saw a photograph in Quarry Management the other day of somebody actually building a chute. And guess what? It had lining in it. Actually got a lining in it. How many chutes have linings, or do we just rely on the chute itself? Just wait. Normally, I mean, the traditional approach is we just wait till the chute's got a hole in it, don't we? And then we put a patch on it. That's the traditional approach. But the thing is, if you have linings, you can inspect linings. You can see when the linings are getting thin. When they get thin, I mean, I know this is me being very basic, you replace them with new linings. And if you do that on a programme maintenance, you don't then have holes in chutes, which cause spillage, which cause all sorts of problems. What about the design of feed boots? Because there's far too much spillage around those for me to conclude that we've got them right, or that we're maintaining them properly. Are we doing those things right? Go and have a look. Okay, you're going to say to me, all this costs money. And we don't really like spending money. But this is just another one of Roy's rants. In my opinion, in modern business, we place far too much emphasis on cost cutting, which stifles innovation, when what we should be doing is giving emphasis on profit generation. If we do that, we're then encouraging innovation. We go from stifle to encourage. Which do we want? I know which I prefer. Now, what evidence do I have that that area might be an issue? Well, I know that a fatal accident has occurred because a last-minute job needed to be done that involved putting a patch on a chute. And that's what caused a fatal accident. So be in no doubt, spillage in this industry is a major enemy. And it's a major enemy, told you the throat wasn't working. A major enemy, not just to safety, which it clearly is, but also to efficiency and to costs. And we should be all about looking for ways to improve efficiency, because that's how we improve profit generation. And on that basis, I'm going to hand back to my colleague.
Actually, you must do the next one.
Do I do the next one, do I? Well, I've got an M on this. Sorry about that. I told you we weren't functioning on all cylinders. We're really not. Right, so what are the basics then? You've heard a lot of this as well from Cath. Pedestrian segregation, absolutely crucial. We really do need to take this an awful lot more seriously. So we've had 2 fatal accidents where people have been run over by loading shovels in circumstances where I'm sure if we'd have looked at them 4 or 5 years ago, we wouldn't have thought that that could possibly have happened. The fact is it did. So we need to look a lot more carefully at pedestrian segregation. Reg 12 inspections. Machinery guarding, mobile plant, are we doing those properly? Have we got everything covered? Do the people doing the inspections know exactly what they should be looking for? Are they noting it down? Are you making sure that anything that's noted in there is being fixed and fixed in a timely manner? Shut off, lock off procedures linked into machinery guarding, absolutely crucial. The NPA have recently reinforced their Latoto guidance, and I'd definitely encourage everybody to go and have a look at that. It's a very, very good piece of guidance. Make sure that you have got all of those items covered. I can't tell you how crucial that is. Slope stability. Now there's an interesting one, because we've had a number of failures over the years, quite a large number. Thankfully, as far as I know, although I believe that has actually changed now, Cath, is that there haven't been any injuries up to date, but I think there has been recently, Mike was telling me, am I right or wrong, Mike Tetley?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, well he may not have been in the quarrying sector, but he knew that had been an injury caused by slope instability. But we've been lucky, we've been very, very, very lucky, and we can't rely on that luck forever. There's going to be a slope failure and somebody's going to get hurt sooner or later. Okay, now fly rock, again, multiple examples. This is all basic stuff, blast design. Multiple examples, and again, no injuries. Now in my previous life I read a lot of statements that talked about rocks raining down around me. I mean, for heaven's sake, any one of those could have hit people. How on earth they didn't, I just don't know. No, but take this as a wake-up warning. We've got to get this stuff right, we've got to go back to the basics, and we've got to get it right. Now, this is mine. Going on to competence.
I wanted to look at it in a slightly different way. So, who in the room has a Reg 7 document within their organisation or site? Yeah, lots. Right. How many people's actually read it and reviewed it? Honest and truthfully. Do you know, does everybody in the room honestly and truthfully understand the competencies required for each of your guys? Honest and truthfully? Are we taking to, if you do, have you taken the time to have a look at these and map them against the NOS? I'll tell you what, here's a good question, the NOS. What is the NOS? National Occupational Standards. And if you believe me, if you've ever read them, they are one very, very boring thing to read and hard work. But they are there, and they are for our industry, and they have been written, and thanks to MPQC who do it for us. But have you actually looked and matched them against the NOS to make sure that competencies are there in place? Pat was talking earlier on about competence certificates, specifically mobile plant and stuff. Do you actually know if they're in date or not? Because really surprisingly, I've just been working with 3 organisations what said, oh yes, absolutely marvellous, we'll wave every flag in the world. Yeah, all our guys are all competent and whatever else. And out of 14 there was 2 which was in date. They'd actually lapsed by quite a long way, haven't they? Which was quite, and bear in mind, this isn't a small organisation, this is a rather large company. Right, but it comes back to the basics of making sure that people are competent. Are you maintaining these competencies? Because we've paid a huge amount of money to the likes of MPQC, Mentor and CIRAC and whoever to get NVQs and QCFs and mobile plant, da-da-da. But actually, how are we maintaining these? Tell you what, I've got a NVQ 5, which I'm very proud of. I'll tell you what, it was a pain in the ass to get it. But to maintain it, it's far easier than to lose it and go away and get it again. And it's a damn sight cheaper. And you maintain it by CPD, because this is another one of my favourite rounds. It's actually, CPD is free and it's dead easy and it's just what it is. And the Institute of Quarrying, who and they supplied a CPD system for the industry. Right, made it as easy as possible for everybody. But the thing is, do people understand and recognise that CPD and the competencies and everything else is actually for them? And it's not for your business, it's for them as an individual. But this is where training, education, understanding and practical skills come in. And then very lastly, we've got this thing called other qualities. When we're looking at every accident, what's gone on, it's involved people, people's attitudes, behaviours, emissions, acts, God knows what. But there actually is this thing in the quarries regs which states, it talks about other qualities. As a manager, supervisor, CEO, do you actually understand what other qualities are? And do you look at them within your organisation and look at within your people? There's a lot of them don't. But it's just Johnny's where to you forever. You know? This is Roy's rant. I'm gonna shut up while Roy just does this bit.
Right, let me do this.
Otherwise he'll get all upset.
Right. Have a look at this. Having due regard. I do apologise to my assistant. Do you want me to press that?
No. No.
Having due regard to the level of risk being controlled. That's important. Having due regard to the level of risk being controlled. If health and safety is getting in the way of your business, then there's either something wrong with your business or there's something wrong with the way you do health and safety. Now I can tell you that's a brilliant quote because I wrote it. Now the thing is, where the risk is death, which it is in the quarrying industry, the bar is set high. Make sure you measure up.
And very lastly, you know something, I'm really pleased about this because everybody who spoke this morning at some point has mentioned the Quinjack app and the website and so on. So it's something which no, it is something which is really important to me. I'm very passionate about it. Actually, it's just huge. And as John said, please use it and download it and use it. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Any questions? No?
My name's Neil Waring and I'm a contractor. Now that might seem a bit strange thing to say, but for those of you in the audience that are contractors, it can be a bit of a stigma, particularly in some of the meetings I've attended. Now where I've actually come from, I worked for Tarmac for 10 years in a health and safety role, from the northwest to national. I've also worked for agri-industries in both a health and safety role, and also they gave me a proper job for 18 months in production as well. And currently, 4 years in counting, I work for Banner Contracts. Just to give you a bit of overview on Banner Contracts themselves. So Banner Contracts, they're a small to medium enterprise employing about 85 people and growing, and processing the region of 4 million tonnes of aggregate per year, which is approximately 2.5% of the UK production. Operate a fleet of 30 crushers and screens and probably the equivalent of loading shovels, dumpers, excavators, etc. So there's well over 130 items of plant within our company. We work for the majority of the major players, varying from agri-industries, Tarmac, to Saint-Gobain, which is slightly out of the norm. So, you know, we cover all the major players. So, in terms of contractor management and their ideas of contractor management, we've been exposed to the majority of it, or I've certainly been exposed to the majority of it over the last 4 years. So, what is a contractor? So, anybody in the room want to hazard a rough guess or a single word, keep it polite, of what they think a contractor is?
Very handy.
Very handy, thank you. One definition I was given by an ex-health and safety inspector in the mid-90s when I first started was, he said, a contractor is a person that you employ to do you harm. That's what I was actually told in the mid-90s. So, nowadays, there is a few definitions of a contractor. There is a subcontractor. So in essence, a subcontractor is somebody who a company will get in to do a task, and the company directly employs their hours of work, and they're under direct responsibility of that company that they're being employed by. It's also a third-party worker. Now again, very, very similar to a subcontractor. However, the company doesn't control that person. They're fulfilling a service that the company can't do themselves, and they're under their own supervision. Does anybody know why I put those two up there? Those different definitions, particularly those who work in major companies, and particularly those whose bonus might be linked to what I'm about to say. Okay. If a third-party worker on a major site, on a major company site, not all major companies, has an incident, 9 times out of 10, that incident, if it's a lost time injury, does not go down as a lost time injury on the directors, area managers or managers' bonus schemes. So there's got to be a very clear definition between what a subcontractor is and what a third-party worker is. So, advantages and disadvantages of using contractors. The gentleman's already said, contractors are very handy. So any more advantages of using a contractor? No?
You can usually get them in a shorter notice than an employee.
Yeah, you can usually get them in. Some of the examples that we get are some of the major companies. We'll be working for a major company. We'll be using sub-base, and we'll get a phone call on a Friday afternoon and say, yeah, we need to go on single size. Oh yeah, that's fine, we want a couple of weeks, no, Monday. So we're expected to remesh, bring more equipment in and things like that. So yeah, we can change things, but given an expectation timescale. So it gives an increased flexibility in production, and it can be quick. Ability to produce specialist products. So say your plant specifically set up to use single sizes, and you get an order in for sub-base, you can bring a contractor in that can do that with equipment. And crucially, what most people like is it's a set pence per tonne. You know what rate you're going to get at the end of the job, and you know how much that's actually going to cost you. So it's a known cost. Disadvantages. Apparent disadvantages are a lack of control of contractors, and unfortunately we do like being paid. Sometimes it can be up to 60 odd days payment, but we do like being paid at times. Now, anybody want to comment on the lack of control on contractors? Does everybody feel that they have a handle on the control of contractors, or is it just somebody you get on a site and tuck them away at the corner of a site and forget about them until the job's done and a low loaders come in?
They can sometimes think they're special.
In what way?
They can sometimes think they are above your normal average employee. And you get extra graces if you don't talk them the right way on day one.
Okay. So in terms of special, in that they feel that their rules, that your rules don't apply to them.
They've got abilities that's better than the normal worker there. Some of your advantages become some of their disadvantages in a conversation.
Yes. Unfortunately,
on occasion.
I think where you're coming from there is the communication side, and communication is key. There's a few slides on communication in a little while. But yeah, if you set out your expectations at the induction stage, then hopefully that should be limited, if not eliminated. There we go. So in terms of contractors and lost time injury frequency rates, major injuries in over 3 days. These are incidents going up to 2016. 3 day plus and major injuries. And you can see, as being shown from previous presenters this morning, there's been a levelling out of the improvement over the last few years. However, what hasn't improved in terms of incidents is there's still, across that period, every year without fail, there's 40% of the serious incidents occur to contractors, which is disproportionate to the number of contractors that are actually employed in the industry. Has anybody got any reasons why that might be, in terms of why you think so many incidents are actually occurring to contractors within the industry compared to employees?
You tend to get them in for the high-risk activities.
Yes, some of the high-risk activities, some of the things that you, let's say that they are a specialist, you might have silo inspections to do, so it could be a higher risk. When we actually look at some of the incidents that are occurring, they are the run-of-the-mill incidents that the previous two speakers have talked about. They are the mobile plant, failure to isolate, and slip, trips and falls. So that brings you back to, are we actually controlling contractors on site, if you're a major company or a smaller company? But there's still a large proportion of incidents that are occurring to contractors. This was recognised a few years ago by MPQC and the SPA, and that's where the contractors' safety passport came in, Quarry Safety Passport, to try and increase the awareness and competency of contractors who are actually coming onto site. So, as the gentleman said there, some contractors feel they're special when they come onto site, and communication is definitely the key. As was mentioned by a gentleman from Laing, at a contract stage, it's critical that information is actually given to the contractor, and the information is accurate within those contract documents to ensure that each contractor is tendering for exactly the same thing. And if a contractor is unsuccessful, it's very rare that the unsuccessful contractors are given a reason besides cost. On the contractor side of things, are we as contractors actually giving the information that the client is wanting, or are we giving the information we think they want? And if we're in doubt of what the information is that they actually want, are we willing to stand up and ask, or do we see that sign of weakness and the actual client saying, this contractor doesn't know what he's on about? So I've had tender documents come across my desk, and you read them, and there's errors in the tender documents. I've gone to my boss and said, well, that's wrong, that's incorrect. We've been tendering for jobs for crushing materials, and it's relating to CDM regulations, actually within the tender document. Because it's a generic tender document that tends to come out from procurement. At the actual contract stage itself, are expectations clearly laid out during the site induction? And is there a clear point of contact between contractor and client? So if the client wants to speak to the contractor about something, he's actually speaking to the person that can make decisions. Is there a clearly defined work area? I've been onto contracts prior to them being set up, and there's been ones in feed raw material from a face, through a jaw crusher, through a cone, over a screen. And the client said, well, that's where we're going to put it. And so, well, where? Up there. And there's no way you can get that onto that footprint. So it's not educating the client, it's explaining what is actually needed there. And have all competency certificates or tickets been supplied prior to the actual contract starting? I mean, for those of you in the audience that are quarry managers or foremen that look after contractors when they come onto site, it's nothing more annoying than the contractors turning up for an induction and you spend half the day putting their certificates on the database, or them shuffling through the wallet, or it's in my car, I'll bring it in tomorrow. So in some cases, you're putting contractors to work, you haven't got a clear understanding of whether they're actually competent to do the task they're being asked for. Is that provided by yourselves in the pre-start pack? And is there a clear working programme? Do you know, as a client, what the contractor is going to produce in that week or in that month? Have you got a rough idea? And in terms of the contract ongoing, Are there regular discussions and progress meetings? Or is it a case of everything's fine until something goes wrong, and then everything hits the fan? Are there daily and weekly meetings? So it's no good at the end of the week suddenly finding out that you're 3,000 tonnes down as a client. You need to know why and what's happening. And as a contractor, are possible site issues actually brought up to the client before they become a problem? Does a machine need a 500-hour service or a 1,000-hour service? Are some of the people that are on site actually going on leave next week, so you get a replacement? And if that's the case, can they come in earlier to be inducted? So on a Monday morning, the job's not stood for an hour or 2 hours while they're inducted. So you can see it's a two-way street there. It's got to be communicated both from a client's point of view and a contractor's point of view. So competence, that's been mentioned a number of times this morning. And these are from the QNJC Contractors Working Guidance. And it's the duty of a contractor to demonstrate to the quarry operator that a sufficiently competent person supported by appropriate site-based checks are provided. It's strongly recommended that contractors maintain valid safety passports to underpin hazard awareness. Now, one of the contracts that we're main contractor on, the subcontractor there was having a number of incidents, and all the people that were coming in to do mainly muck shifting operation and overburn strip were, on the face of things, competent. They had the correct cards in place, they were all blue carded. On the face of it, they all had experience on the tasks they were actually doing, but when they actually went to work, it was obvious within the first half day that they didn't know what they were doing. They might not have worked under that type of environment before. So, to the credit to that subcontractor, what they've actually done is, if somebody gets inducted, they go through the usual induction procedure, all the cards are checked, all their experiences are checked, and then they sit with an experienced operator and an MVQ assessor for a couple of hours until that person is happy that he is who he says he is and is competent to work in that environment. He's not just given, well, there you go, crack on with it. So competence itself, so they might have the MPQC or the CPCS cards. So it doesn't mean they're competent. They might have 30 years experience in the job. They might hold a VQ. Again, doesn't mean they're competent. They might have the other qualities. Have they driven in that situation before? Have they driven in that environment? Have they driven in that with that particular machine? All those have got to be fulfilled for that person to be deemed as competent. And I think now, as the industry grows, in particular some of the larger regions or larger jobs that we're doing now, it's getting harder to find competent operators. In terms of challenges going forward, one of the main challenges that we're finding as contractors, particularly speaking from our business, is varying standards. Varying standards of what competence or competency requirements are accepted by various companies. Is an MPQC certificate or qualification adequate? Is a CPCS card acceptable? PPE, I should have a range of about 3 or 4 different helmets across the front, because one day a contractor will have to wear a red one, next day it might be a white one, it could be a blue one, just to define, is there a set standard for PPE, not just what on that site, but within a particular company. Guarding standards, we operate a lot of mobile plant. Mobile plant, I would say, is unique in terms of its guarding, but in terms of the guarding standards you get on mobile plant, there is a lot of variance of what people see as adequate and what people see as not adequate. You know? Is there a standard there? And again, not just within that quarry, but within that particular company that we're working for. We can put plant onto one site and it's perfectly adequately guarded, or we can make additions to that particular equipment to make sure it's adequately guarded for that particular site. We can take it to another site and somebody's got a different idea of, well, why do you put that guard on there? It's actually becoming a hazard, not a guard. Pre-qualification. Has everybody heard of a vetter? Was PICS?
Yeah.
The vetter system is it's a good system. I've got to be careful what I say now. The vetter system is a good basic system for contractors to put their information on there. However, the majority of the clients actually use a vetter, only use a very fraction of it. It can be, from my experience as a quarry manager, it can be very time consuming to actually use as a quarry manager for very little to come out of it. If it's used correctly, brilliant tool. But there's very few companies that actually use the entire vetter system. I was with a major quarrying company last year. I was invited, they were reviewing the contractor standard, and they were going down the vetter route. They were just bringing the vetter route in. And they already had a fantastic contractor database. So as a quarry manager, you could log on, say, John Smith, right, let's have a look. Oh, your certificates are in date, that's great. I can see you've been on this site, you've been inducted within our particular rules. That's brilliant. I'll give you the site-specific rules. So as a quarry manager, that saves you half your time. So funny enough, I'm not being invited back for another meeting. Because I said, well, why are you going down the vetter route? Why are you using the vetter when you've already got a brilliant system in place that does what a quarry manager needs it to do? Or we've not got anything that actually holds the equality statements and the slavery statements, things like that. But that's not a benefit to a quarry manager. A quarry manager's got to have something usable at the end of the day. So yeah, there's a place for pre-qualification, but I think pre-qualification for a large company is different for what the corporate body wants and what's needed actually on a site. In terms of, can't read me off text. In terms of ourselves and the problems that we can cause and challenges towards our customers is changing operatives on a site at the drop of a hat. Your quarry manager, you've inducted 6 or 7 contractors on a Monday morning. It might take you most of the day. You think, well, they're in for the whole of the contract, and all of a sudden you'll get a new guy turning up on Thursday. So you then got to go through the whole procedure again. So as contractors, we've got to make sure we put the same team in all the time and not swap and change to help the clients. At the end of the day, quarry managers now, the HR, the production, the finance, the geotechnical, they're everything. So they haven't got time to carry on inducting people. Them and us culture. This goes back to my initial statement. Standing up here, it's a bit like Alcoholics Anonymous saying, I'm a contractor. The them and us culture, I've sat in meetings, and coming from large organisations like Aggregate Industries, before I came across to, let's call it the dark side, and a couple of people I've spoken to this morning, that's already gone to the dark side. As being a contractor, you can be in national meetings and you do seem like the third person in the room. As a contractor, you brought us in to do something. We might be a specialist in that field that you want us to do something. Ask us, what do you think about this? We see a lot of different issues on different sites. We're not just stuck on limestone. We might be doing gritstone, we might be doing granite. We might be doing sand and granite. If there's a problem on a site, I think a lot of the management team within organisations are very reluctant to actually speak to the foreman, supervisor, any of the management team that do come on site and just say, oh, we've got this problem, you might have seen it somewhere before. It seems like, well, you're here to do a job, that's it. Can't even read that myself.
And we're seen as an easy target during safety tours.
Yes. I'm glad you read that one out. For those of you, they go under a number of different guises nowadays. Safety tours, visible felt leadership tours, Go See, SMATs, EMATs. There's 100 different names for them, but basically it's looking at the cultural side of the site, or it's meant to be looking at the cultural side of the site. And yeah, I was guilty of this when I worked for a large organisation. It was like, oh great, you've got a contractor on site today. We'll go and do a safety tour with them, because it's easier to criticise people that don't work for you than it is for people that do work for you. So we can be seen as a bit of an easy target. And it's very difficult for our guys to, if they get a director or a senior manager coming up to them and say, well, why are you doing that? For one of our guys to go, well, he's doing that over there and he works for you. You know, we're not going to say that, because it's like, well, I don't get any contract. We can be seen as the easier. It's contractors and hauliers tend to be the two easy ones for the safety tours. Don't get me wrong, if you see a contractor doing something right, then raise it, have a discussion with them. So what does the future hold? So, in terms of the future, there are a number of different courses now. This is an MPQC one, Effective Management of Contractors. I mentioned the QNJC guidance on managing contractors. That's readily available online. But as the gentleman said there earlier on, communication, I feel, is the key. The more you can communicate with contractors that come onto site, the better that's going to be. Are there any questions?
How do we stop the contractor being that third person in the room?
I think it's discussing with them and not seeing them as the outcast. I mean, the majority of contractors now in the industry, you'll get contractors that come and go, particularly in our field on mobile pushing and screening. The last 2 or 3 years in this field, the company that I work for has been active now for 30 years, and there's equivalent companies to ourselves. So what you tend to find is there's a vast amount of knowledge within those companies, and it's just having that discussion with them, and also saying to them, you can judge whether a contract is worth his salt if you ask them, right, we want this produced, how would you produce it and what would you use? And I think another frustrating thing that's coming out is we're getting asked to tender for a lot of jobs by, say, a quarry manager. But when it actually comes down to the final rubber stamping, that's made by the procurement team. And a lot of the quarry managers say, well, I didn't want him, yeah, but he was 3p a tonne cheaper. And that can lead to the issues, because people trying to get into the industry tend to try and cut out here, there and everywhere and reduce their costs. But I think that's artificial.
What's your view of the contractor safety passport and its place moving forward?
I think the contractor safety passport has got its place. And I think it does give comfort to quarry managers that see that people hold that passport, knowing that they've got a basic level of understanding. Now it's been constantly reviewed. It's about every 2 years, is it, Pat? Yeah. It's been reviewed every couple of years. I've made a few comments, not so much on the passport itself, but in terms of the people that are training it and their level of knowledge within the industry, so that they can answer any questions and have validity for the people on the courses. So if a candidate asks a question on a loading shovel excavating, the actual trainer knows what we're talking about. So I think it's a good, level for somebody to be at. I don't think it should be the end, but I think it's a good base point. Thank you very much for your time.
That's better. As you can see, I'm a PhD. So I'm not a medic, I'm a proper doctor. I've been involved in sleep research for 36 years. All I've ever done in my life is watch other people sleep. When you say it out loud, it sounds a bit creepy. I'm actually the first person to record sleep in the cockpit of an aircraft. during flight. And yes, if you do a long flight from here to New York or whatever, your pilot and co-pilot are asleep for the vast majority of the time. It's perfectly safe, so they say. But if you think about it, aviation is 7 minutes of excitement at the start and 7 minutes of excitement at the end. The rest of it is just sitting, staring at the sun. It's like driving on a hot summer's day. You're just staring at the sun, bored out your wits because you don't know the guy sitting next to you, and you're not allowed to shag the stewardess. They frown on that these days. There's nothing to do. Anyway, and I also hold the record for recording sleep in more people higher up a mountain for longer than anybody else has ever done so. In the early 90s, I moved to the University of Surrey, where I created and ran the world's largest clinical trial sleep laboratory. So it was a 24-bed unit looking at the effects of medication on sleep. And as part of that, I designed and constructed the 12 finest bedrooms built anywhere on the planet for a good night's sleep. Totally dark, totally quiet, temperature controlled, single bed, teddy bear. That's all you need for a good night's sleep. I have worked clinically on Harley Street in Copenhagen, last year in Oslo, and as of this morning I seem to be working in Reykjavik as of a week's time. I don't know how that happened. I'm a member of all the things you should be an expert of as a sleep expert, and I've published 38 scientific publications. And a book. If you want to buy the book, there's an advert at the end. It's very good, I wrote it. Now, the reason for telling you this is not to make you think, my God, he's an expert. I am, but it's not. It's because there are a lot of sleep experts in the world. You will see them in the newspapers. 95% of them are what we know technically are called complete muppets. You can be a sleep expert, a certified sleep expert, by doing a 3-day course costing you 600 quid. And even some of the people in the media don't even have that. Now, you wouldn't take your cat to a vet that had only had a 3-day training course. You wouldn't let your kids get in a bus that was driven by somebody who'd only spent 3 days learning to drive. So why would you go to somebody to have your sleep fixed who knows as much about sleep as you will do at the end of my talk? So if you want a sideline, get yourself a business card printed up with sleep expert. You can charge people 150 quid an hour. I can tell you the book to get. It's got the script of what you need to read. It's only 5 quid used off Amazon. You could start treating patients, 150 quid an hour. It's not bad, is it? There are some women charging 50 quid an hour to tell you how to put your child asleep. Yeah? Sing them a lullaby, read them a story, give them a bath, put them to bed, cuddle them. There we are, 50 quid from every one of you. There's a bucket there. We can put it. So anyway, I am a proper sleep scientist, so you can, other than the jokes, which basically is my whole talk, there might actually be something meaningful in this. It's good stuff. If I say it, it's true. Simple. A bit dangerous, but it might be true. Anyway, so why is fatigue and alertness management important? Well, the thing is, you know, people look at their nutrition. People look at their diet now. And exercise. People do exercise. You know, look at how many gyms there were. 30 years ago, if you said, I'm going to the gym, that meant you were going to go to somewhere sweaty with other men and box. You know, now there's gyms on high streets everywhere. I don't know what they're full of, weirdos, basically. I think when Thatcher closed down all the mental hospitals, they had to go somewhere. But that's fine by me. But people, you know, oh, I'm gluten intolerant. No, you're not. Just get over it, but if you want to pay £3 for a small loaf of bread, that's your lookout. Has beer got gluten? Or why are you drinking beer? You know, you're not old enough or mature enough. Anyway, this is going badly, isn't it? Anyway, last time I did this up at the Yorkshire branch, I'd just come back from New York and I'd literally had 4 hours sleep and I was jet lagged to hell, so that was my excuse. Today I have absolutely no excuse why this is rubbish. So we're in trouble this early on. But the thing is, people neglect sleep. Yeah. Sleep now has become the thing you have to do at the end of the day. You don't want to do it, you want to watch Game of Thrones. But you have to, and you resent it, and it gets in the way, and that. But sleep provides the very foundation of optimal alertness, of good performance, and health and wellness. Now, people talk about health and wellness. I mean, well-being in the workplace is a massive, massive industry, and it's only going to get bigger. And I work for a lighting design company, and you know, I go to all these funky architects' offices, yeah, with the pool table and the table football and the free food and the funky human-centric lighting. And you think, really? You've paid for all this? Maybe if your workforce just worked the hours you paid them, you get. How many of you remember luncheon vouchers? Yeah, so you could actually go out of the office and get food rather than sitting. You know, in Google HQ, you're never more than 200 feet from free food. Google love me. No, they don't. They give you free food. You don't leave the office. Oh, but no, they don't. You're a mug. Seriously, you are a. Any of you remember going out to the pub on a Friday lunchtime? Doesn't happen anymore. What would be better to your workplace wellness? Going to the pub for a couple of pints on a Friday and having a poet's day, or having a football table in the office? Oh, we need a meditation room. Look, there's a toilet there. I'll give you a copy of The Sun, and you can spend as long as you like. Exactly the same as meditation. So, sleep is a vital physiological need. We have to sleep. And we all have to sleep. In the last 24 hours, you all slept. And in the next 24 hours, you will all sleep. Now, your choice is to do that comfortably at home or when you're driving down the A1. Sleep doesn't care when it happens, but it definitely will happen. So it's your choice. You will actually die of total lack of sleep just after you would die from total lack of water, and 6 times quicker than you would die from total lack of food. So that's how important sleep is for your body. Now, a few years ago, I came up with this, and every time people copy my slides, they turn it upside down, because it's the well-being triangle, and people think triangles has the point at the top. Nutrition, exercise, sleep. Sleep is at the bottom because it supports those two. If you want to eat healthily, get a good night's sleep. The more sleepy you are, the more you crave sugary and fatty foods. You'll actually, if you are sleepy, eat 400 calories a day simply because you are sleepy. If you want to exercise, well, one of the things you need to exercise is motivation. That comes about by getting a good night's sleep. If you exercise when you are sleepy, you're at a 75% increased risk of a sports-related injury. And if you do get injured, you'll of course take longer to recover if you haven't had a good night's sleep. So sleep, if you're trying to do either of those two and you're not doing that, then you're basically fighting with one arm tied behind your back. So here's a few questions. You don't have to shout out or write anything down, that's just embarrassing. So we'll just... I'm safe at work, so it doesn't matter if I'm sleepy. Yeah, you get away with it, don't you? The company's got a drugs policy and an alcohol policy, but they're damned if they can measure sleepiness. So, I can't be caught. As you can imagine, it's false. You have slower reaction times, impaired judgment and decision making, a decline in attention, decreased alertness, increased moodiness and aggressive behaviour. Man working with explosives suddenly becomes aggressive. That's a good headline for the Sun, isn't it? Quarry owner abused his staff by not letting them sleep enough, and someone went mental with a stick of dynamite. I'm sure the school has recovered. And some idiot can turn their bloody mobile phone off, Neil Stanley. God almighty, how unprofessional. I think I might have to waive my fee for this one. And just do things like turning your bloody phone off. I can tell when I'm going to fall asleep. Actually, you can't. The more sleepy you are, the less able you are to predict you're going to fall asleep. The Department of Transport a few years ago did something saying the first yawn is too late if you're driving. So I say, you are a very, very bad job. They did a study in anaesthetists, and 74% of the anaesthetists who said, yeah, I was awake during the entire operation, 74% of them had fallen asleep without noticing. And you all do it, don't you? Yeah, you're driving along. Yeah. Or, where did those last 8 miles go? You've all done it. Being awake for 18 hours is as bad as being drunk. Now, none of you would drink and drive. It's become socially unacceptable. But the impairment's exactly the same, whether you've had alcohol or whether you've been awake for 18 hours. Lack of sleep is the only cause of fatigue, and of course it's not. There's workload, social factors, individual factors, shift work. A lot of people say, oh, you know, I'm sleepy, I'm stressed because my boss is not a nice person, I have to work long hours. Yeah, probably you do. But it's your choice to go home and binge watch something off Netflix. Yeah, so it's not, you can't just blame your employer for being a horrible person. The older you get, the fewer hours of sleep you need. That's actually false. Sleep need remains unchanged throughout your adulthood. So an 85-year-old needs the same amount of sleep she did when she was 25. But what's difficult is to get that sleep, because old people wake up more frequently during the night, usually because you have to go to pee. Shift work becomes harder with age. You don't have that recovery. Young people can recover from shift work a lot easier. But old people are great for the early morning shift. They love it because they wake up early. Most people need 8 hours sleep to function at their best. Well, actually, that's false as well. I know it's true here, but it's false. Probably needs to change his slide slightly. 7 to 8 hours is recognised as being what most of us need, but sleep need is like height. You have short people, you have tall people. Now, if you looked at this room, there's no real outliers here. You know, you don't see many people the size of Warwick Davis in your life, and you very rarely meet Chinese basketball players. You know, I find it incredibly disconcerting if I ever meet anyone taller than me, because they're just freaks. I mean, they're wrong. So you do have extremes, but most of us are in a relatively tight band of around 7 to 8 hours. If I sleep a lot now, I won't need sleep later. Yeah, or I've got a big big day tomorrow, I'll go to bed early and get some more sleep and that will be fine. Well, no, you can't. Sleep's not like money. You can't save it up and you can't borrow it. And you know what it's like when you go to bed early, don't you? You just lie awake until your usual bedtime anyway. It's a complete waste of time. Drinking coffee kills. How many of you use coffee, caffeine, functional energy drinks, which you all know as Red Bull, to get through the day? There are two honest people in this building. The rest of you are liars. Now, the problem with coffee or caffeine is it's a short-term effect. It takes 30 minutes to kick in, and then its effects on performance are relatively short. Its effects on sleep are relatively long. So long after you've had the boost from the caffeine, it can potentially be disturbing your sleep later. If you are going to use caffeine, do not use coffee or tea as your drug delivery measure, because you cannot taste caffeine, and the amount of caffeine in any one cup of coffee or tea varies widely. So you can go into McDonald's and say, I'll have a black coffee, and that can contain anywhere from no caffeine at all to 400 milligrams. You don't know, you can't taste it. Or I'll have a strong coffee, doesn't matter, you don't know how much caffeine's in it. Now, if you had 2 strong black cups of coffee, that's 2 zeros, which is 0. 2 400 milligrams is 800 milligrams, which you think, yay! Except for coffee over 600 milligrams is actually sedative. So it'll actually try and put you to sleep, which is not what you thought you should be doing. So this is why the highway code says functional energy drinks, because you buy a can of Red Bull, you know it's got 75 milligrams of caffeine. It has to, it's a labelled thing. So if you have to use caffeine, do that. If you are driving, opening the windows, turning the aircon up, or turning the music up, does nothing at all. Okay? It just means that when you die in a horrific RTA, you're listening to your favourite radio station. That is why there are those signs, those annoying signs on every motorway that says take a break. Where in God's name you're meant to take your break, they haven't really worked out. Any of you who've driven on the continent will know there's those little lay-bys every couple of miles on French and German motorways where you can pull over. There's a toilet there which is clean. In Britain, pull over at a service station. No! No way! So anyway, so that's all you can do. So how sleepy are you now? On a scale of 1 to 10, how sleepy are you now? So 1 is that if I were to stop talking for a second, you'd instantly fall asleep. And 10, this is the most awake you have ever been. Hands up, who's a 10? 9s, 8s, 7s, 6s, 5s, 4s. Because I can't be bothered calling an ambulance, I'm not going to go any lower. Okay, simple real world. If you worked for me and you were a 6 or below, I'd sack you. And I'm not joking. And if you're a 4, my strong advice is that you do not get in the car and drive away from here. Because when you have an accident, the judge will say to you, you should have known you were sleepy. And you go, no, I didn't know I was sleepy. And then I'll turn up on the other side and say, I saw him stick his hands up at 4. And I told him not to drive. He's obviously a bit of an idiot, isn't he? That's how it works in court. You're allowed to talk like that. But seriously, if you are a 4 and you drive away from here today, you are driving as if you were impaired over the drink driving limit. Not one of you would do that if it was alcohol. But you will do it because it's sleep or sleepiness. Now, if you are an 8-hour a night person, you only got 6 hours sleep last night, that's like turning up to work having drunk 2.5 litres of beer. If you had 4 hours sleep, that's like 4 beers, like 3.5 litres of beer. To me, sounds like a good breakfast. But I don't use explosives or drive trucks, so I mean that's okay. Sitting in your pants watching Jeremy Kyle, 7.5 beers works fine for me, to be honest. So why do I spend my life talking about sleep? Well, this is a quote from Thomas Dekker back in 1609. Sleep is that golden chain that ties health and our bodies together. Sleep is so important that basically, up until very recently, nobody wrote about sleep, because it seemed pretty bloody obvious. It's like if you published a book called How to Breathe. Breathe in, breathe out, repeat. It might be scientifically valid, but it's not going to be a million seller. And up until recently, that was it. You know, you went to work, you came home, you had your tea, you went to bed, you got your sleep, you got up, you went to work, you came home, it was all you did. So why is sleep important? Well, sleep's important. If it wasn't important, we wouldn't do it. From an evolutionary point of view, if it's got a brain, it sleeps. If it's a mammal, its sleep is almost exactly the same as ours. And when we come to our closest cousins, their sleep is almost identical to ours. So if there was a way that we could do without sleep over 1 million years of evolution, we'd have learned how not to do without sleep. Now, there is a reason for showing you orangutan and a western lowland gorilla, and it's not just that they're cute, although undoubtedly they are. The fact that these guys never sleep in the same place twice, which means each and every night they need to make a nest. And what's interesting about that is the nest has to be comfortable. If the nest is not comfortable, they either modify the nest or actually make an entirely new nest. Which means in terms of their sleep, these guys are vastly more intelligent than the majority of you are. Because you bought some piece of crap from IKEA for 400. Oh, but it's got a 25-year guarantee. Yes, it's guaranteed to be crap for the next 25 years. 8% of the great British public have spent less than £100 on their beds. What did they expect they were getting? Seriously. So why do we need sleep? Well, sleep remains relatively a biological enigma. We know it's non-negotiable. We know it's needed for recuperation and restoration of both physical and mental functioning. But to be honest, physical restoration, you're doing it now. You're all sitting down, your heart rate's dropped, your blood pressure's dropped, you're not using your major muscle groups, so your body is repairing. So that happens all the time. It doesn't just happen during sleep. Sleep's important for the endocrine, metabolic and immune system. If you have one bad night's sleep, the next day you're 4 times more likely to catch the common cold. It's as simple as that. Sleep affects all organs of the body, but primarily sleep is of the brain and for the brain. So the only bit of the body that must have sleep is the brain, because only during sleep does the brain's activity reduce to any degree. And that's important because the brain has to do its housekeeping sometimes. And one of the things the brain does when it's asleep is to get rid of neurotoxins that are built up, because a third of the energy you consumed today will be used by your brain. Your brain's always working, and so it needs to get rid of the toxic byproducts. An example of this, any of you got a domestic cat? Any of you got a pet cat? Yeah, you know, every once in a while the cat goes mental, doesn't it? It just freaks out, runs around like a loony and stops there and goes, I don't know what happened there. Because in a cat, there's a build-up of a neurotoxin in the cat brain that causes, when it gets to a high level, it causes that behaviour. Because that neurotoxin is actually amphetamine. Your cat is having a speed trip. Which is why it looks a bit confused. Now, I'm not saying that happens to the humans, but in 1965, a guy called Randy Gardner, who just sounds like a 1970s porn star, for those of you of an age will remember it would have been played by Robin Asquith. Randy Gardner stayed awake for longer than anybody else has ever done, so he stayed awake for 11.5 days, and after 3 days he started having auditory hallucinations. After 4 days he started having visual hallucinations, and after 5 days he was incredibly paranoid. I interviewed him about 10 years or so ago now, one of the dullest human beings I've ever met. Interesting story, he's a dull man. Anyway, so your brain needs to get rid of these things. Now, in any one 24-hour period, you're in one of three distinct states of being. You're either awake, which thankfully you all still are, or you're in non-rapid eye movement sleep, or you're in rapid eye movement sleep. Now, REM and non-REM are as different from each other as they are from awake. They're different states of being. You don't notice the difference, because frankly you're asleep. But they are very, very different from each other. Non-REM sleep makes up the majority of the night, 75-20% of the night, traditionally made up of 3 stages of sleep, each of increasing depth. The stage 1 is a transition from awake to asleep. If you are awake and you're going to go to sleep, you'll go through stage 1 sleep whenever you fall asleep. It's of course the lightest stage of sleep, such that if I had to wake you up in stage 1 sleep, you'd say, why did you do that? I wasn't actually asleep. And this is the sleep that you're in when you know you wake up and you go, I had a terrible night's sleep, I didn't sleep a wink, and your missus says, well, you were snoring all the way through it. So that's because you're in stage 1 sleep, so you don't know because it's so light. Stage 2, 50% of the night. You'd have thought the thing we spend 50% of the night in would be very, very important. It probably is. We just don't know why at the moment. Stage 3, deep slow wave sleep, 25% of the night. Slow wave sleep is the most important part of sleep. Slow wave sleep is the bit of sleep that makes you think like you've had a good night's sleep. So it's the restful, recuperative part of sleep. And slow wave sleep does 4 things: memory, forgetting, learning, and growth. So everything about today that you experience, tonight you will process that information during deep sleep. Some of what you experience today you can safely forget. Yeah? Many of you will have driven here, many of you will have had to stop at traffic lights, many of you may have tried to ram into the back of a lorry carrying explosives because you're only a 4 on my really unscientific sleepiness scale. But you forget all that. But there are some bits of today that it's important, so you need to remember. So your brain is going through each piece of information that you receive today, deciding whether to save it and lay it down as a memory, or whether it's safe to forget. So if you're trying to pass an exam, there's no point staying awake all night cramming. Because if you do that, you gain the information, but you don't file it away. So when you sit at the exam the next day, you know what it's like. Oh, it's on the tip of. Oh, I know that. You know you've got it, you just don't know where you've put it. So if you want to pass an exam, read what you need to remember 3 times before you go to bed, get a good night's sleep, your brain will file all that information away and you'll be able to retrieve it the next day. That's not a guarantee you'll pass the exam, you may just be stupid, but I can't help that. You learn during the night, so if you've got a new task that you need to learn, practice that task until you're as good at your task as you can be before bed, get a good night's sleep, you'll be up to 17% better at that task. And that can be a mechanical task or a verbal task. And slow wave sleep is the only time you physically grow in the entire 24-hour period. You only grow during deep sleep. Rapid eye movement sleep is the second state of being, 20-25% of the night. Rapid eye movement sleep is when you have your long story-like dreams. Everybody dreams 4 or 5 times a night, but you can only remember a dream if you wake up during the dream. If you don't wake up in a dream, it's gone forever. Now when you are dreaming, your dreams are real. They're as real to your mind and body as sitting here now is real. So if something happens in a dream, you can have a physiological response to that. And you've all woken up with your heart pounding, breathing heavily, sweating, feeling fear or anxiety. That's because whatever you are doing caused you to feel like that. And you've all woken up and think, I can't possibly go to work today. I've just spent all night fighting dinosaurs and frankly I'm knackered. Well, that's because your body and brain think that that's what you've done. Now, it would be a bit embarrassing if 4 or 5 times a night you'd have run around the bedroom being chased by dinosaurs. So nature protects you and your bed partner from harm. When you dream, you lose muscle tone. Essentially, you become floppy. Except, interestingly, one bit of the male that does the exact opposite. However, that has nothing at all to do with the content of the dream. It is simple fluid dynamics. Now, your REM sleep is involved in emotional well-being and emotional memory. So deep sleep is factual memory. What happened? REM sleep is, how do I feel about what happened. So you need to have both. So how is a typical night put together? This is a typical night for a typical adult. Essentially, within 20 minutes of you switching the light off, you should fall asleep. If you regularly take more than 20 minutes to fall asleep, it would be indicative of insomnia. However, falling asleep too quickly is also a problem. How many of you fall asleep the minute your head hits the pillow? You are sleep deprived. It should take a finite time, about 5 to 7 minutes, for you to fall asleep. If you're falling asleep immediately, you are sleep deprived. You'll quickly go through the lighter stage sleep into your first period of deep consolidated sleep. After about 70 to 120 minutes, you'll have your first REM period. That actually may only last 5 minutes long. You'll then have some more deep sleep, and then on a 90-minute cycle, you have your REM period. Your last REM period of the night may be 45 minutes long. So you get the majority of the deep restorative sleep in the first third of the night. The latter part of the night is in that lighter stage 2 or in REM sleep. Now you are preferentially designed to wake up during REM. So when you got up to go for a pee last night, I can confidently predict it was either 3 to 3.5 hours into the night or around 5 hours into the night. If you don't believe me, do it tonight. Look at the clock when just as you go to sleep, and look at the clock when you have a pee. Don't do the maths, because you'll just wake yourself up. And who would want a man who was awake and knew what to aim for at that time? And you almost, if you didn't set an alarm this morning, you have almost certainly woke up in this last REM period. And of course, because you woke up then, you'll have remembered your dream to an extent. The fact that you remember that dream, of course, doesn't mean that's the dream you tell your partner about. Because let's be honest, the vast majority of your dreams are really, really dull. And your partner has already started to suspect that you're quite boring during the day. So why in your fantasy life at night can't you be a bit more exciting? And of course, if that joke were remotely exciting, you still couldn't tell your partner about it because they never appeared in it. How does sleep change with age? Well, children need a lot of sleep. Why? Because they need a lot of deep sleep. Why? Memory, learning, growth. Every important thing about the development of a child occurs during the night. You mess up the night, you mess up the child. This 45 minutes less sleep than a child needs has a measurable effect on that child in terms of their performance, their academic performance, and their behaviour. A newborn needs 16 to 20 hours. A 10-year-old needs approximately 10 hours sleep. You've got 2 points on the graph, just draw a straight line through it. You've got the rough amount of sleep any one child needs. So you go through your pre-teen years, then you get teenagers. Teenagers are different and teenagers are odd. Teenagers are different because teenagers need more sleep than adults. Why? Puberty, physical, emotional changes, they need sleep to deal with them. So teenagers need more sleep. Teenagers are odd because teenagers genuinely need to go to bed later than adults. We have no idea why, but there is a shift in their biological rhythm. However, that shift is only at most 2 hours. So your average teenager should be going to bed around 11, 11:30 and sleeping for between 9 and 9.5 hours. Which means if a teenager says they cannot get out of bed at 9 o'clock in the morning, they might be telling you the truth. A teenager who cannot get out of bed until midday is lazy. Once you go through your teenage years into your early 20s, your sleep need becomes fixed for life. I've told you this. Old people do not need less sleep. What happens as you age is you progressively lose that deep restorative sleep. So as you age, your sleep becomes less refreshing. So for instance, my mum is 76 years old. She sleeps through the night. But she wakes up and thinks, what's the bloody point of that? And the other thing is, because you don't have that, you think about children. Children will sleep anywhere through anything. If they wake up, they can go straight back to sleep. Because they've got lots of deep sleep. There's a lot of pressure for them to go to sleep. But if you don't have that deep sleep, there's no pressure. So you get up, you go to the bathroom, you have a pee, you come back. Men can do that in a minute and a half. Women take a little bit longer. because they wash their hands. That anecdote cost 7 million quid. Did this study, drug X versus drug Y, in 2,000 patients across Europe, 17 countries in Europe. Is drug X better than drug Y? No, but we did find out that women wash their hands after peeing. You can imagine how exciting the drug company had given us 7 million quid. Slightly less than we were, obviously. Anyway, so you get back into bed and you lie there for an hour and a half. So why? Well, it's not the bladder anymore, you've just emptied the bladder. So what is it? Pain, anxiety, your partner snoring or whatever. So that's the problem with the elderly, or as we get older. And there's a sex difference in this loss of slow wave sleep. Men lose their slow wave sleep a lot earlier than women. Men start losing their slow wave sleep from the age of 35. Women from the age of 55. This is why, as we get older, men's memories go. We don't have that deep sleep. This is why men statistically die younger than women. It's not like the old Simon Munnery joke, why do men die before their wives? Because they want to. And men have worse sleep as we get older. Women complain more, just in general about this. So they complain more about poor sleep, but actually men have the worst sleep. Now you might wonder why there is a sex difference in this loss of slow wave sleep. It is very simple. Men are very simple. Men only have 3 biological walls: hunt, protect, procreate. We're not talking about the last one, you'll be glad to know. That's my after dinner speech when I'm drunk enough. We hunt and protect. Men are good at hunting and protecting. We're big, we're strong, we have a lot of stamina, and we have forward facing eyes so we can fix onto our prey when we hunt it down. Women, of course, have better, more peripheral vision. Women have 40 degrees more peripheral vision, which means when a woman looks at a man, she doesn't have to move her head. When a man looks at a woman, we do. That's why we get caught. And the University of Edinburgh have shown by using eye tracking software that women look at men much more often than men look at women. We just don't notice it. So they are just utterly hypocritical. Oh, you were looking at her. Yes, I was, but you were looking at him. So don't take any crap. You don't. Anyway, so we're big, we're strong, we've got the stamina. But around 35, my knee hurts. Bit of a bad back today. Maybe if I watch football today and then I'll hunt and protect tomorrow. So from an evolutionary point of view, a man over the age of 35 is what's known technically as no bloody use for anything. And what we should do around the age of 35 is just leave the cave and die. It just gives up on men after the age of 35. Once you hit 35, you're just on a very slow death. Should have done this at the end of the talk. So, and you see this in alpha males, you know, chimpanzees, gorillas, lions, but you've got the alpha male, he rules the roost until he becomes weak, and when he's weak, he's pushed aside by a young, more virile male who gets pushed, pushes the old one out, and he just goes and lives a sad bachelor life, eating beans on toast, and then dies. So women, your biological imperative is when your man gets to about the age of 35, is to get rid of him and to shack up with somebody younger who's more able to hunt and protect you. Now, women don't lose their slow wave sleep as early because women are important. Women are the glue that holds society together, but women can have babies. So women need to stick around and look after the babies, whichever man she's with at the time. You can tell I do watch Joe McCall far too much. Everybody watches Joe McCall and thinks, what strange people. I watch Joe McCall thinking, why has my life never been as much fun as that? So that's why we have that sex difference. And men are just basically useless. So, how much sleep do you need? Well, I told you. Sleep needs like height. It's genetically determined, some short people, some tall people, some short sleepers. Famous short sleepers, Genghis Khan, Adolf Hitler, Margaret Thatcher. Famous long sleepers, me, and Einstein. So what are the effects of sleepiness? Microsleeps. If you're driving along at 60 miles an hour and you fall asleep at the wheel, it'll take your car 4 seconds to come off the road. Try it tonight when you drive home. Set your car up, straight and level, 60 miles an hour, take your hands off the wheel, count slowly to 4. It gets really, really exciting around 3. I have to say that's a joke. You might think, of course it's a bloody joke, why are you telling me this? I did this talk to a group of consultant psychiatrists in Essex once, and this guy stuck his hand up and back and said, that's very irresponsible that you should suggest we do that. Which proves you can be a consultant psychiatrist and a complete idiot. Reaction times don't well, attention unstable, vigilance poor, lapses increased, short-term memory suffers, unable to sustain performance. Problem solving and judgment deteriorate. The frontal lobe. The frontal lobe is the part of the brain that does all the clever things. Planning, decision making, problem solving. And that's the last bit of the brain to develop. It's the bit that makes you rather than just a hairless chimpanzee. It's the bit that does the clever stuff. But it's exquisitely affected by sleep deprivation. So what you have is inflexible behaviour. Yeah, you know, the bunny in the headlights scenario. Everybody remembers Chernobyl. People say, oh, Chernobyl was just unsafe Soviet technology. It wasn't. Chernobyl was a routine procedure that went wrong in the middle of the night, and none of the guys reacted to it quickly enough. You know, when you see a James Bond film and you've got the needle almost going into the red, well, they stood there in the control room at Chernobyl going, might mean something. Bang! Oh, yeah, it means that, doesn't it? So it's that bunny in the headlight, that fixation on the task, not being there to see the big picture. I pressed the button somehow without sense of humour goes. You know these sleepy people in the office, they're the miserable ones. Moral judgment, risk taking. You know when you're sleeping, you're driving home, you just take that corner just a bit quicker than you would normally do. And pain is also affected. If you get a good night's sleep, it will reduce pain. Simple as that. The easiest thing to do. I mentioned about appetite. If you're sleepy, you crave sugary and fatty foods. That's not really good if you've got guys in truck and their only option is McDonald's. They're going to go for it. And if I brought out here now a big bowl of apples and a big bowl of chocolate muffins, I would take a lot of apples home with me. Because you're sleepy. Sleepy drivers now kill more people on Europe's road than drunk drivers. Now, one of the reasons for this, of course, is the reduction in drinking driving. But the other thing is, they may cause only 23% of accidents, but they cause 83% of fatalities. Why is that? Well, when you're drunk, you do something. It may be completely stupid. You'll brake late, you'll swerve, but you'll do something. If you've fallen asleep at the wheel, you don't do anything. How do the police know it's a sleep-related crash? There are no skid marks. So you are going to hit what you're going to hit very, very hard indeed. And that's either going to result in you being dead or the other person being dead. So they account for more fatalities. We talked about how even low levels of sleep deprivation are the same as being over the drink driving limit. The most vulnerable time for accidents, 2 to 7 o'clock in the morning. Nobody, but nobody, should be driving between 2 and 7 o'clock in the morning. Simple as that. If you want to reduce accidents, and you know when you get in your car and you turn the radio on to go to work, an earlier accident. It's never an accident that's just happened, it's always an earlier accident. Massive, massive spike. Even though there are so few cars on the road, it is a massive spike in accidents. And yet all freight companies do it, don't they? Oh, I've got a lorry full of explosives and I don't want to kill anybody, so I'm going to put it on the road in the middle of the night when there are no cars there, so you can't blow them up. Dumbest thing you can do. So, as I say, you need a blood alcohol, so if you, just basically, well, basically it was exactly what I showed you with those bottles of Tisky. So here's the number of accidents. 1 o'clock in the morning. How many cars on the road at 1 o'clock? Every one of them is having a crash. You want to kill yourself? Go for a drive at 1 o'clock in the morning. You don't have to jump off Beachy Head. And yet, you know, oh, rush hour. There's no crashes. You might think there is every time you drive around the M25. All people do is have a crash. But why do I keep pressing it? It's not my clicker. I've been told I have to give it back. It can't be my clicker. But that's, you know, people talk about, oh, we want to be safe. Well, don't let any of your drivers on the road until 9 o'clock in the morning. Simple as that. And if you claim to be interested in health and safety, you can't get much more convincing than that. And how many of you are going to do it? None. Because if you're a quarry owner, you're going to phone up the people who deliver your explosives and say, we want you here at 7 o'clock in the morning. Why you want them here at 7 o'clock in the morning, I'm damned if I know. But you want them there. So they're going to have to get their guy up at 2 o'clock in the morning to drive to the depot. So he's going to kill himself before he gets to the depot, before he even gets in the truck that the company own who deliver your explosives, and then kill somebody with that. All because you want your explosives delivered at 7 o'clock in the morning. Thank God you get away with it, isn't it? Let's be honest. I know you're a safe industry, but just think what your share price is going to do when you blow up a school bus. That's not the sort of thing you can just explain away. Or, and again, you really don't want to see me in a court of law, when your driver sues you for making them work long hours and making them have to drive home, you haven't provided them overnight accommodation, and they have a sleep-related crash. You haven't got a legal leg to stand on. You get away with it. Is that good enough? So if you only had 7 to 8 hours sleep, that's 1.2 times higher risk. 6 to 7 hours, that's 1.8 times risk. 5 to 6 hours, 3 times increased risk. If you had a practice in your company that increased the risk by 3.5 times, you would stamp on it tomorrow. Wouldn't you? Yeah? I'm not going to say the obvious thing, why aren't you going to do it with sleep? Because I know why you're not going to do it. Every day you have a poor night's sleep, it is additive. Yeah? So each day, you don't recover. Every day you have poor sleep, your performance and your driving ability gets worse. Significantly worse. This is lapses. This is where you would not notice somebody pressing their brakes in front of you in time to brake. Over 7 days, it goes from 5 to 18. And this is reaction time. Your ability to react. If you do see the red light, which I've just told you you're not going to see it, then your ability to press the brake goes from 375 minutes. Reaction to, oh god, that's far too difficult. I'll tell you what that is. Basically, you become slower. I know it was wrong to try and present science when you don't know what you're talking about. Now, if you have, this is the sort of thing that you're going to go away from it and you say, did he really say that? It doesn't make sense. If you have 2 weeks of 6-hour a night sleep, yes, at the end of that 2 weeks, your performance is equivalent to you having had no sleep for 2 nights. Yeah? You've all got that. Now, there is no way on earth that any of you would get in the car after 2 whole nights without sleep. But if you have 2 weeks of 6-hour nights, remember I told you it was additive. So, you'll be glad to know that this is, I think, my last slide. If it's not, it might be. My last slide? I don't want to overpromise, to be honest. This could go on for... I do a 5-hour lecture, you'll be glad to know. So this is how sleep can catch us best. This is basically as I say, I've told you that you're all bad people, and that you're all going to die or get locked up for dangerous driving. I came by train, so it doesn't matter. No, getting the train driver might be screwed. Anyway, so how do you catch, very simply, how does sleep catch you best? 5 things here, very, very simple. Sleep promoting environment. Dark, quiet, cool, comfortable, fresh air. How dark's dark? Well, the red standby light on your TV is enough light to disturb your sleep. So when I say dark, I mean pitch black. Quiet, 35 decibels. Background noise. Intermittent peaks of 45 decibels. A snorer, 85 to 95 decibels. Get rid of the snorer. I mean ask them to go to the back, not pillow over their face. It's not legal yet, just ask them to go to the back room, or divorce. Moderate temperature. In order to get a good night's sleep, you need to lose 1 degree of body temperature. Now you lose that body temperature out of your head and face. So that's the big fleshy thing that sticks out from under your duvet. So your bedroom needs to be cool. Your bed can be warm, but you need that temperature gradient. So around 16 to 18 degrees for the bedroom. If it's cold, heat the bed, don't heat the bedroom. You should never run the heating overnight. Because if you think about it, most people's heating is set around 22, 23, yeah? Now, in winter, 22, 23 seems warm. In summer, if your bedroom's 22, 23, you're lying there going, I can't sleep, it's too hot. It's the same temperature. Heat the bed, not the bedroom. Quiet, I've done quiet, well ventilated. Fresh air is good for sleep. Comfortable, buy a bed. This is the key, quiet mind, relaxed body. Now you know that you can be physically exhausted, you get into bed and you can't fall asleep. Why? Because your mind's racing. So you need a quiet mind. How do you quieten your mind? No idea. I know what I do, I read every night before bed. I am so looking forward to tonight because it's Private Eye Day and I love reading Private Eye in bed because I can read it without my glasses on and it's very short, snappy articles, I can fall asleep and don't care. That's what I do. Now that's not what I'm telling you do, you might not like reading. So what do? I don't know. Drink chamomile tea, I think it tastes like pish. Do yoga. Seriously, I'm going to sit in the corner and go, no I'm not. Do those adult colouring in books. There's so much I could say there. Listen to Pink Floyd really loud. I don't care what you do, as long as you press the bloody white button. I don't care what you do. I mean, I do this mental exercise for the women in the audience, or the men who are in touch with their feminine side. Imagine you come home from work, you have a nice meal with the family, you play with your children a couple of hours, and then you send them up to bed. They need a lot more sleep than they get now. Then you spend a couple of hours with your partner. Any more than that, you're going to start arguing. So around 9:30, 10 o'clock, you go upstairs, you run yourself a nice hot bath with your favourite bubbles, your favourite oils, candles all round the bath, glass of wine, and your favourite music playing. You get into that bath and you let all the stresses and strains soak away from you. Just as the bath starts turning cool, you get out, you put on a big, fluffy toweling robe, and then you get into a bed that's been freshly made. That would work, wouldn't it? Yeah? How the bloody hell don't you do it? How much would that cost? Nothing. How much would you enjoy it? Massively. I'm not here to tell you to do something difficult. Have you ever seen a jogger smile? Well, you can do. So there's a male version of that. Imagine you come home, have tea, play with kids. Wife goes up to a bath. And then you can relax. So you're sitting there in your library, with your button-backed leather armchair, with your velvet smoking jacket on, a fire burning in the grate, your faithful hound asleep at your feet, a fine single malt in one hand and a good Havana cigar in the other. Now, the man's version is more expensive, but we're going to die younger. So, as L'Oreal would say, we're worth it. But I say, okay, it might not be your ideal, you might not like cigars, but come off it, it's got to be better than what you do. Your bedtime routine, switch the telly off, have a pee, brush the teeth, flop into bed, sleep, take me! You're not interested, are you? It's got to be better than that. Strong association between sleep and bed. If you're asleep, you should be in bed. If you're not asleep, you shouldn't be in bed. You should go into the bedroom expecting to fall asleep. If you're not asleep, don't stay in the bed. Get up, do something else. Go back to bed when you're sleepy. If you've been awake for 30 minutes at the start of the night, you still haven't fallen asleep, get up, do something else, go back to bed when you're sleepy. If you've been awake for 20 minutes in the night, you still haven't fallen asleep, back to sleep, get up, do something else, go back to bed and sleep. It doesn't really matter what you do, have a cup of tea, read a book, listen to some music. This is the bit that I get into trouble for, but I'm still going to do it. This is a joke, don't complain about it, it's a bloody joke. I'll tell you at the start and I'll tell you at the end that it's a joke. For women, I suggest doing the ironing. Why? Because what better motivator to go back to sleep than a big pile of ironing? And if you don't go back to sleep, you've done the ironing. That is a joke. I still had, even with that warning, I still had people complain about it. I do my ironing. It's a joke. Why? People don't get humour anymore. Completely other thing. No direct effort towards sleep. I must get sleep, 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 you're not going to fall asleep, are you? Yeah? So, as the Nike advert says, just do it. An absence of regular thought processes about sleep. Oh, I've got a big day tomorrow. I've really got to perform at my best tomorrow. So if I don't, the boss will notice and he'll sack me. And I won't be able to get another job, and I won't be able to afford the mortgage, and I'll lose the house, and my wife will divorce me, and I'll die in a cardboard box in the centre of Chesterfield. Can't sleep now, can I? So don't think about it, just do it. We spend our time obsessing about it. Don't obsess about getting a good night's sleep, just get a good night's sleep. Now, when I did this up at the Yorkshire branch, I had to dash away, and that's embarrassing because I haven't left you any time for questions, and you probably have got questions. But that's me saying thank you, that's who I am, that's my email address for hate mail, and that's my book, came out 2 months ago, please buy it and make me rich. That's it, so thank you very much. Any questions? Got a question?
You know, you say lack of sleep is cumulative. You didn't say how to break the cycle, how to repair.
Well, remember, talking about cumulative sleep deprivation. Remember I told you about Randy Garth, stayed awake for 11.5 days. He went to bed for 10 hours after that, and that's it. He was back on track. So the cure for that is getting a better night's sleep. If you've had a bad night's sleep and you get a good night's sleep the next night, you'll make up all the missing deep sleep.
Right, track and trace, we're just going to go through a bit of background, challenges for the industry, a bit about barcoding, some issues, and also I just want to touch on authority requests. What I mean by that is where, say, the police come and knock on the door and say, where's this, we found this, where's it been? Security awareness, bit of history, Project Griffin, which is security awareness project, as it were, run by NACSO and CPNI, and I'll just touch on some of the modules within the group. Okay. The reason for track and trace. 11th of March 2004.
series of bombs exploded on 4 commuter trains in Madrid, killed 191 people and injured nearly 2,000. And it was considered to be the worst terror attack in Europe since Lockerbie in '88. Although you can't read that, it did actually say the explosives used were found to have been stolen from a quarry. So hence, that's why the track and trace came in. The European Commission sought meetings with FEAM, the Federation of Explosives Manufacturers, in the January of 2005, and asked them to consider marking and tracking how to implement greater control and determine the extent of the risk arising from loss of explosives and to improve the detectability of explosives. It was established to harmonise a system of uniquely identifying product throughout Europe, primarily for the civils market. The implementation dates. The first date was April 2013, which meant everything had to be labelled by that time. And then in 2015, we had to track them. So the requirement was to uniquely identify every explosive article upon manufacture and trace it basically cradle to grave. You should regularly test the data that you have. I suspect that's something that a lot of people do not do. We have to provide authorities information on demand. Another one, unfortunately, I am one of the contacts within our organisation. If somebody finds some material out of hours, they will ring me, which is not great, but fortunately I've not had that particular phone call. Who has the obligation? It's everybody within the supply chain, manufacturer right through to use. And you have to have arrangements in place to meet the requirements. The exception is military use. And also in the 2014 explosive regs, they've included the police in there, fortunately. For us, that is. But you still need to track it, whether it be manually or on cardex or whatever, to ensure that if something that's been sent for military uses turns up on somebody's backyard. With most of these things, when the EU directive was drafted, they didn't really understand what they were asking the explosives industry. They put minimum requirements on there, the country where it was manufactured, the site where it's manufactured, and a unique product serial number, which you may see on some products is underneath the barcode. This is our particular site, so GB and 001, and then the serial number. Number of challenges for industry. The item level tracking, it's not common to do this. Probably the best way I've heard this described is that Tesco track batches of material, batches of beans, cans of beans. What we're trying to do is to track every bean within the can. So it's a factor much greater than the tracking that a lot of organisations have had to deal with. Maybe a bit like the pharmaceutics industry, but actually, even with them, we're going one step further. Also, items entering the EU, America for instance, who labels them? What country code goes on them? And how is the originator known? These are all questions that weren't really asked at the time. If you repack, which probably if you're in the quarrying industry, you probably don't repack, but there are companies that do. They're not manufacturing sites, so how do they label the material? Again, this is one that we experience, and I'm sure you guys do as well. If the end user receives the same product from 6 different suppliers, potentially the product codes are different. It just depends how people have their stock system. So that causes an issue. Okay. stated that harmonised system was required, meaning that industry had to develop a solution. They didn't want to develop a global solution, so it was down to every manufacturer to come up with a solution. Not a great way, but that's what they said, because obviously there's a cost involved. The other thing is that if the only data captured was country, production site and unit number, it probably wouldn't be of great benefit to industry. In 2009, there was a meeting in Paris at the airport with representatives from major companies within theme, and optional fields were agreed to try and make it more useful to industry. And there was a whole range of what they called application identifiers within the bike, which could go into the barcode. Right, the three I've got in red are probably the three most important. The country and production site, obviously, the unique serial number, obviously. But some people don't think the product code is important. I would disagree with them and say that the product code should, as a minimum, be also included in the barcode. And some of the ones in yellow are also useful to have, like production date, the pack level, the batch number, and the quantity. Always very useful to have in there. But there are these other ones which we can use. So, Theme also introduced an agreed format for advanced shipping notes, which will be sent electronically via an XML file. The file is also human readable. Can't really read that, but basically at the top, very, very cool. Anyway, at the top you'd have things like the delivery note number, the order number, who sent it, who received it. Then there's a section on summary items, which would be the items you would find in the delivery. And then towards the bottom, starting after the summary items, you have a list of all the serial numbers. So it might start at the pallet number, the number of box, then it would be a box, and then the items within the box, in a tree sort of format. So you can read them. Not easy, but you can read them. We've had a number of issues, and I'm sure you guys out there also have your own issues with track and trace. And I'll ask you in a moment what sort of problems you've had. For instance, we've had one where the XML file that we received from the supplier had an item at pack level 3, which is box, if you like. But the barcode on the actual item had pack level 0, which is item. So of course, it just wouldn't scan. Still some items that aren't showing. Bear with me. It's not showing the actual barcode. Here we go. That's a barcode that just has those three fields, the country code, site code, and serial number. On some systems, that just won't scan, because it doesn't know what product it is. And that does cause problems within the various different organisations. We also have issues, less so now, but still have them, where the barcode looks correct, looks exactly the same as that sort of barcode. The information in it is great, but the actual format of the barcode is incorrect, so it won't scan. It's another one that we have, particularly from some of our suppliers in Europe, surprisingly enough. We've had containers which contain other items, but they said that the outer container is the item, so you can't split it. It can't be split down. It would have to be remanufactured, relabeled. This is another one we've had, where you have an opaque sleeve over the cartridge, you can't scan it. So obviously it requires another labelling. Saying that he came across an incorrect number of items within the packaging. You might say, well, there are two things can happen there. You might say you've got 100 items in there, they're only 99. Or your file could say you've got 100 items in there. You've got 100 items in there, but one of them isn't labelled. We've come across both those issues from suppliers. And it's very difficult for people like ourselves, where we buy from a supplier. It comes in, it's all pre-packaged. So we sell that on. And we've had issues where that actually has been incorrect. There's one less in there, or one more, or some of them haven't been labelled. And really the only time, unfortunately, you find that out is when the customer gets it. Because it'd be totally impractical to get in a few thousand items from a supplier and then have to open all the packaging and check to make sure everything's as per their file. So it is a problem. Another one we've had, which was, I'll put our hands up to this one of our subsidiary companies within the group sent us a product and they'd managed to mix up the barcodes on the boxes. So all the product was correct, it was just in the wrong box. So again, the customer picked that one up. So hopefully we're well past that, but occasionally we still do have issues. So as I was saying, correct product quantities, it contains unlabelled product, for instance, the unlabelled can't be scanned. You have to assume that the item that isn't labelled is in the XML file. So the one item in the XML file that doesn't match everything else must be that item. It may not be, but you've got to assume that. Saying it's impractical to open all the containers and check every pack level before selling. So it is a problem. Obviously, physically damaged barcodes, you can't scan them, so your system's got to have a manual way of processing. If you can't read the readable section on the barcode, you've got to rely on the XML. Okay, just some experiences we've had with authorities, and again I'll ask you later whether you've had any. Didcot Power Station, did everybody remember what happened here in February 2016? They were demolishing it, and then it collapsed and killed, I think it killed 2 people. So we supplied product to be used on that site just prior to the collapse. The material was all returned to us. But over a year later, we were approached by the police and we were required to provide proof of the delivery and collection of all the items that went to Didcot, including the tracking data. Fortunately, with Track and Trace we were able to provide that. Hopefully, if you were in a similar sort of situation, I hope you will be able to do the same. This is another one we've been involved with. A criminal was found in possession of explosives contained in a supermarket plastic bag in his front room when his house was raided. It had track and trace labels on it. So what did the police do? They had a look at the track and trace label, went to the manufacturer. They looked at their track and trace data and said they'd sold it to us. So we had a knock on the door from the police and we were asked who we'd supplied it to. Had to provide evidence that their customer had the required licences in place and an approved person had checked and received the explosives that were delivered. And then the authorities approached the end user to obtain their track and trace data. So they could find out where it was supposedly used and where potentially it's been lost from. I don't know specifically what exactly happened after that. Some hearsay was that these items, they weren't tracked specifically, they were only tracked by quantity. So they knew they'd used 5 kilos here, 10 kilos there, another 3 kilos here, but they hadn't actually tracked the serial numbers. So they couldn't say where that item had gone missing. So, again, the better or worse, track and trace is here. Unfortunately, I don't think Brexit will have any effect on this whatsoever, particularly if you have to buy material from Europe or sell material into Europe. You'd have to still meet these regulations. At some point, authorities will start checking to make sure your systems work. And if you haven't been approached regarding track and trace, at some point it will happen. It may be not this year, it may not be next year. It may be in 10 years' time, and they'll be asking you what happened to something that you used this year. Because it's 10 years, you have to keep that information. Okay. Any questions about track and trace? Comments? No? Not exactly the most exciting of subjects, but causes lots of grief during the day, I suspect. Okay. Security awareness. Bit of history. Terrorist attacks, September 11th, 2001. We all remember it. We probably all remember where we were at the time. But basically that highlighted the change in nature of terrorism and the threat against generally Western countries. And obviously we're still combating it today. So there was all the issues got, as I say, 9/11, we've got the Madrid bombings, and we've got the ones in London. So as a result, the authorities attempted to encourage and promote greater engagement between the public, private sectors and counter-terrorism organisations. So the belief was national security is a collective responsibility. So basically we wanted to get more and more people, or they wanted to get more and more people involved in it. Project Griffin was the initiative that they set up in 2004, which was similar to Track and Trace, because it happened around the same sort of time. And they piloted a joint venture with City of London Police, the Met, and 3 major city-based financial institutions. Griffin has sort of expanded significantly since then, and they actually say it's the most successful public-private partnership on counter-terrorism issues. Initially, the counter-terrorism awareness was carried out by officers at NACSO, and they've been briefing around 100,000 workers since 2004. 2016 was a key date, and NACSO announced that they were going to improve the Griffin initiative by industry self-delivery. So you guys, your companies would deliver the Project Griffin security awareness to their own staff, rather than relying just on NACSO going around the country. Originally it was made up of 14 modules, it's now down to 8. So as you can see there, fairly key ones there, identifying and responding to suspicious behaviour, bomb threats, firearms, weapons attacks, etc. But drones is in there as well, because obviously you've probably heard that Amazon want to deliver parcels using drones. Well, terrorists could use drones to deliver explosives and things like that. So that is quite a key area at the moment. This year, they've decided to change Project Griffin slightly and bring it under a new banner called Act Awareness. That's the Action Counters Terrorism. And the aim is to greater awareness and how best to react to the current threat of terrorism. And their strapline is better informed, better prepared. I've got a few slides now. I won't go through them in huge great detail because you've got them in your book, but it just gives you a flavour of the sort of things that Griffin covers. The first one is the introduction, where they cover the UK strategy, which is contest, and it also describes the core roles of the counter-terrorism security advisor and awareness advisor. So here's the contest strategy, which is pursue, prevent, protect and prepare, which is fairly obvious when you think about it, but the prevent and protect are the key ones there. So you have NACSO, CPNI, they're the two key units that in the UK that provide security awareness and advice. Then you have the security advisors and the awareness advisors. I would imagine most of your companies do have contact with a local security advisor, because they're the ones that will give you advice on whether there's any potential issues out there, and if you need to know anything that you need to strengthen your security, things like that. The awareness advisor with the guys who are delivering Griffin, and still do, but there are very few of them within the UK. I think it's something like 15 covers the UK, so there's not a lot of them. It's a bit like the HSE, you have a huge task with very few people. Second module, current threats, just touch on this. Covers difference between international and Northern Irish related terrorism, because there is a difference. Describes the threat level for the UK, how terrorists are directed, and as part of that it also discusses recent terrorist activity. So these are the threat groups as they describe them. Northern Irish related terrorism tends to be a bit off on its own, because that tends to be group related. You know, the IRA or the real IRA, it's not just one-man bands and so forth. International terrorism can be groups, but there are a lot of lone actors in there. Then you have your domestic extremism, which is, you know, animal rights, environmental, anti-war, extreme right-wing. And in fact, I think in 2017, the first extreme right-wing organisation was banned in the UK. It's not National Front, it's something similar to that. Oh, never mind. Threat levels, just touch on threat levels. There are 5 threat levels within the UK for terrorism, and these are defined by MI5. Currently we're at severe, and we've been at critical twice in 2017, and then substantial, moderate and low being attackers and likely. So just to confirm, in the UK, from international terrorism, it's but just recently, the threat from Northern Irish related terrorism has dropped and is now considered to be moderate. And this is how it's changed over time. As you can see, in September and in May last year, it went up to critical. Obviously, you can't stay at critical for any length of time because it virtually stops things moving. So, they touch on emerging threats, lone actors, spontaneous, volatile extremism, people with knives, people with vehicles. We all have seen the news over the last few months. I had one just recently down in London with a vehicle, knocked over some cyclists, but they were really trying to get through the police near Parliament. And that seems to be the biggest threat in the UK is from these knife and vehicle attacks. Very few firearms or explosives attacks, unfortunately. The UK it's much more difficult to get hold of it, firearms and explosives. And the main areas of concern is the fact that recent attacks show their intent to maximise casualties. So they use places like this, football grounds, concert halls, or the nighttime economy in towns and cities. So they are soft targets, but they can kill a lot of people very easily. responding to suspicious behaviour. What they want to do here is why suspicious behaviour may be linked to attack planning, the importance of reporting it, like what to report, and identify actions to take when challenging. So, basically suspicious behaviour here, is it like somebody loitering around an entrance, taking pictures, are they taking pictures of CCTV or entrances, vehicles, those sort of things. Tend to wander off if they're approached. Vehicles parked out of place. Those sort of things. Basically what they're saying, if you think anything's suspicious, just report it, whether it be to a security person within the area where you are, whether it's a shopping centre, a football ground, just tell them. They don't really mind. Even the police, you ring 999 if you think it's absolutely urgent, 101, or the counter-terrorism number, which is also on one of the slides on AI. So reporting it, the usual one, who did you see, what have you seen, where did you see it, when did it happen, and just give that to the police. They don't mind. Okay, module 4. Objectives. Point 2 there, the key ones, understanding what they call the HOT principle and understanding the 4 C's, suspicious items. So here we go, HOT, is it hidden? Is it obvious? Is it typical? So those are the key ones you've got to think about. And then the 4 C's are confirm the item is suspicious, i.e. ask somebody around, is it your bag? Clear the area, communicate to police or security teams, and control access to the area. One of the other key things here is that if this particular suspicious item might have electric detonator in there, for instance, you've got to be careful that you don't use radios, mobile phones, because they can potentially initiate. So they always say keep those at least 15 metres away. You may, because I have seen this on TV reasonably recently, is the run, hide, tell principle. So, a firearms attack, run it as a safe route, hide if you can't, get away, and then as soon as it's safe to do so, tell the police. So run, hide, tell, they're pushing that quite hard at the moment. So that sort of really gives you the sort of things that are covered by the Griffin or Act Awareness programme. Hopefully, I've not put you to sleep, and you've got a certain amount of insight into both why we do track and trace, problems around track and trace, and also around security awareness. If your organisation is not involved with Act Awareness, well, I'm not suggestive. It can be quite interesting as a process. And there's the anti-terrorist hotline, it's in the book, so you've got it. Thank you very much.